Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Hello, my couch potatoes. Hi, happy Monday. Yes, I am this enthusiastic. Somehow I am. I've missed you all. I think that's what it is. It's been 3 days of not seeing you, and I'm just happy to be here. Happy to see all of you here. Happy Monday, everybody. So, besties, how was everybody's weekend? Mine was okay. It was not that eventful. Well, I didn't do anything, but it was a very eventful weekend. If you don't know, I'm a huge fan of the Big Brother live feeds, and it was drama all weekend on those, and I love it. So that's what I spent most of my weekend doing. I was not as productive as I wanted to be, but that's okay. I spent it well and rested up a little bit. Not really. No, they had me up till like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning every day since Thursday. Oh, but that's what I do in my spare time. But that was my weekend. Oh, speaking of, let me tell you another awesome thing I did this weekend. Why is my camera shield like that? Oh, there we go. So Friday, I hung out over in Miss Shorty's YouTube channel on Friday. There we go. Why did it make it darker? That's so weird. Anyway, so Miss Shorty, you might have seen her in her chat along with some of her mods and her other fans. And I went over there on Friday because they have been watching the Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson trial, which I'm very familiar with, but we didn't get to watch it because I'm pretty sure it was when Karen Reed was happening. And so they've been like rewatching it together. I think they do it every Friday. They do a day every Friday. Seems to be what their schedule was. But anyway, if you guys didn't get to watch Maxwell Anderson's trial, go over to Miss Shorty, MISS Shorty. You'll easily find her and watch that trial, because the little bit I did watch, I was like, ooh, I'm going to have to go back and watch the rest of this, because you guys, the lawyers they're kind of like baby lawyers, but they're also very eccentric, which I love eccentric lawyers. Those are always my favorite. And the defense attorney, he's a little baby lawyer. He's so cute. I don't know how he is for the whole trial. He may be that everybody may hate him, but the short time I saw him, I was like, oh, I am entertained. He asked like 1,000 questions in a minute, and his outfits are everything. But they have a great time over there. If you like hanging out with me, I'm pretty sure you're going to like hanging out with them too, because it's kind of the same vibe. But that's what I did Friday. It was a lot of fun to go over there and hang out. And I'm going to go back and probably watch the rest of that trial, because it was interesting. But before I talk more about how our weeks are going to go, let's say hi to everybody in chat. Hello, 80s Music Man. Hope you're doing good, having a great weekend. We've had wonderful weather in Ohio, so I think it's probably been good up where you are too. Good morning, Lady in Gray. She knows all about the Big Brother drama. Everybody in our Discord watches Big Brother, so that's all we've been talking about. Angel D99. Well, hello. Looking forward to catching you live. Oh, I love that. Well, I do apologize for being a couple of minutes late. One, I had to reset up my computer, because my significant other, Elbow Feet, who you'll see in chat, he games all weekend with his gaming streaming friends. I don't know who they are, but that's what he does. And so he moves all the things, and then I have to remove things. And then I went to open my Google, and it kept crashing. And I was like, oh, love that. Love that for me on a Monday. So I had to restart my computer and everything, but all is well. All is well. We're not going to let Monday try to hold us down. It's not happening. Oh, Angel, babe. She said she's been following the Kohberger case, and now he's pleaded guilty. I'm a bit lost. Tell me about it. I planned the whole rest of my year and nothing. And I haven't had time to like go through all of the sealed documents that have been. I'm now so far behind in that trial. It's crazy. So yeah, it's super great. I love that. Oh, what? This is the first time our channel names have shown up yet. Oh, yeah. What is that? You guys are right. Sorry, most of your guys' usernames are the same, so I didn't even notice. What is that about? Oh, YouTube. Changing things. That's super weird. Yeah, right. Good morning, P. Lola's mom. I know your names. I know who you are. Good morning. I don't know why that is either. YouTube, sometimes, companies, they just fix things that aren't broken all the time. And you have to be like, who asked for this? Who? Who asked for it? Not me. That's for sure. I didn't. Yeah, that's not something on my end, I'm pretty sure. You had a birthday? Well, happy birthday, P. Lola's mom. I love that. You love Miss Shorty's voice? Yeah, she's a lot of fun. They were great over there. They were great. And Lady in Gray was in Miss Shorty's chat watching with me. The defense attorney, right? He's something. He's something, isn't he? Oh, I love it. But yeah, if you haven't, go over there and definitely check it out. It was a good time. Hello, Sammy Sunshine. Good morning, beautiful. Hopefully we get more of Sammy Sunshine now that her little has started school because we've missed her so much. Hope you're doing great, Sam. There's Dave. Love that. Hey, Dave. Good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend riding your bike. Hope you had good weather for that. We had good weather, but I know you're like the other side. So hope you had a great time. So you guys, let's just go over real quick how our week's going to be. So we're doing day 2 of Steve Lawson's trial. And I think if I remember right from when I covered it when the trial wasn't, live yet and did research on what was happening every day. The first little bit is going to be a little probably boring because it's Detective Jon Snow on there. And I don't know how much new stuff he's going to share in Steve's that we didn't already hear in Brooks. But if I remember right, there's something wild that happens today that I remember reporting about. I think it was day 2. So there will be some spiciness. Now I like Steve's lawyers. They have, he does have a bit of a confident, eccentric lawyer. I don't know where Kelly P is, but she wasn't here Friday, but Kelly P, there's a chat daddy for you. I'm pretty sure you're going to like that chat daddy. But they have a lot more spice than what Brooks, Houck, and Joseph Lawson's attorneys had. I mean, they were good, but you need to have a little bit of confidence in this case like this. And his lawyer, he definitely has that. But so we're doing day 2. This trial is going to wrap up on Wednesday. It's only 4 days, 4 short days. We're going to be here till like 3:34 today, probably between 3 and 4. I don't know. We'll see. We love hanging out. But so this will wrap up Wednesday. Thursday, for my members only, I don't know how much I'm going to record, but I'm inviting our members to come watch me behind the scenes as I am working on a new series that's going to be coming out in December. It's going to be a pre-recorded series, a mini series about a particular crime that or a case that I've known about for many years. It's solved and all, but it's very long mini series. And I'm going to let some of you guys watch me while I do it and see how it goes. I don't know if that's even going to end up being the final product, but we'll be doing a couple parts of that story on Thursday. And then as I'm going along recording it, I will try to, invite the members to come and watch if that's your thing. I know behind the scenes isn't everyone's thing. I am a huge behind the scenes dork. Like I watch director's commentary, behind the scenes, how they made an episode. I'm one of those people. So that's what I'll be doing Thursday for a little bit. I don't know how long. And then Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, we have True Crime and Wine Time with the lovely Cap'n being my co-host. And this week we're going to be talking about the Athens murders. Athens as in Athens, Georgia, to clarify. We're going to be discussing those this Thursday, which is very interesting because I didn't really know about this story, or at least I didn't really know much about it, if anything. So it'll be Cap'n and I this Thursday And then the next week, the lovely Cherry True Crime is supposed to be back. But rumor has it that she might make a few appearances this week. I don't know. She's feeling a lot better, though. So I'm sure we'll see her in chat and whatnot. Now, next week, I don't know what we're going to do because the next trial we're going to be covering is the Donna Adelson case. Now, the Adelsons have been in the true crime news circuit for years now. There have already been 2 trials or 3 trials. This is either the 3rd or 4th. If you're not familiar with that story, that's okay, because I plan on doing a quick little case file catch up for those that aren't up to date. That's about another story of a custody case where one family takes it upon themselves to think that the solution is killing a parent, because that never works out ever. A lot of people be like, well, it's crazy for a family to conspire to do that. I read cases about that happening all of the time. So we're going to be covering the Donna Adelson case. Now, next week is jury selection and maybe opening statements. I don't know how next week's going to go, so I can't really plan. There might be like an impromptu, opening statement stream. I don't know. But probably Monday or Tuesday, I am going to do a case file to bring everyone up to speed on who all the players are, because there are also quite a few players in that story. And they did say that on August 25th, the prosecution will start its case in chief. So either opening and case in chief start on the 25th, or opening statements might start sometime next week. But that's all they'll do until Monday, was my understanding. So the thing about trials, you never know what they're going to do or decide. It's crazy that an organization that requires on like precise paperwork and bureaucracy, they just do whatever they want when it comes to trials and time. So that's kind of where we are for the next 2 weeks until the Donna Adelson trial starts. But that's okay. Like I said, I have a lot of stuff to record for members only. So I'm going to be doing that while I have the free time before the trial. But anyway, let's get back to why we really are here today. We're here for day 2 of Kentucky versus Steve Lawson. And I thought day 1 was kind of entertaining. His lawyers they only had like 8 months to prepare for this trial and kept trying to push it. And the judge was like, nope, which is crazy, because they said they had over 400,000 written documents to go through, along with hundreds of hours of video and audio recordings of interviews and such. If you want to know my opinion, just go watch the first day. I'm very opinionated about all that. Excuse me. Morning burp. Sorry, guys. Oh, yeah, that's another thing, members only. For some reason, when I do pre-records, I burp a lot, so you're welcome. Everybody's like, I didn't want to pay for that. What is happening? Let me get all my little screen pretty things up here. I kind of forgot to prepare that for today. The banner should still be the same. Oh, except it is not day 1, Llama. It is day 2. There we go. And we're done there. And, we got to remember the closed caption. And you guys ready to get going? Because I am. Yay. All right. Let's get into today.
Good morning. Thank you. Please be seated.
Piss me off already.
I think the last juror was just walking in. They're putting on their buttons, and they should be in here shortly.
I do. Buttons. What do jurors have buttons for? That's weird. I do enjoy this judge. I like him. I do think he's pretty fair. I do love his "do you swear?" Love that.
Bring money. Thank you.
He also seems like a happy judge and not a cranky judge, which is good. So let's see what happens today. Oh, and don't forget, Steve takes the stand in this trial. Oh, and Donna Adelson, her trial. Her lawyer said she's taking a stand too. I love when defendants take the stand. I love it so much. It's never a good idea. that about? I guess I don't need that up anymore. There we go.
This time it appears that all 15 jurors have
Can't
returned
wait.
to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Deputy Snow, if you'll return to the witness stand. You are still under oath, okay? Yes, sir. Mr. Wolf, Mr. Buckler, who will be handling cross. Mr. Buckler, proceed when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hold on, you guys. Just a second. I'm getting messages from my mods. Where did she put? So this is about your guys' YouTube names. I don't know where they put it in. I don't know if they put it in the chat over here, but apparently YouTube has decided to put your @ handles instead of the actual channel or name that you go by. Like, for example, mine both are not a drama llama, but some people are different. So according to the mods, Lady in Gray and Angie, they said names are going to be different. Channel names are on display rather than display names. It's a YouTube thing. There is a site where a person can change their handle name, their channel name. Not sure how easy it is or how it works, but it is youtube.com/handle. Angie says the website is super easy to use. It takes you right to it. You can only change it every 14 days. Or you change it by clicking on your YouTube profile pic and click the little edit icon pencil, then change the handle. Angie says she's working on hers because it shows her full name. So everybody give that a try. So if you need that again, do youtube.com/handle, or you can change it by clicking on your YouTube profile pic and click the little edit icon, the little pencil. So give that a shot, everybody, and we'll see. If not, ask, tag Lady in Gray and or Angie in the chat, and they might help you through that, because I will have to do mine later. So, okay, back to the trial.
Deputy Snow, good morning to you, sir.
Morning.
Thank you.
Deputy Snow, I know you gave your direct examination yesterday, so this is a bit of a brief refresher. I'll ask you a couple of just foundational questions. You were first introduced to this case on July the 5th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
And that was incident to a missing persons report.
Has to be
That's
named,
correct.
not in use by someone
Are you
else.
involved in this case today, given your current role as a deputy with Fulton County?
That's so dumb.
I'm involved with the prosecution. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Are you involved in any ongoing investigation in this case?
Why?
No.
Have you received any training through the DOCJT or otherwise for digital evidence, including the search of phone data?
I received training through Cellbrite when we received a grant for our Cellbrite machine at the Wilson County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and that training was directly through Cellbrite, not the DOCJT.
I believe that's correct, yes.
And that was to do things like perform phone extractions, I assume?
Yes,
Very well. You testified earlier that Brooks Houck gave you permission to search Miss Rogers' phone whenever her phone was obtained. Is that correct?
yes.
And how is Mr. Houck able to permit law enforcement to search the phone of someone he isn't married to?
The phone was on his phone plan.
Okay, that based on your training and experience, that authorizes him to be able to allow law enforcement to search it?
Yes,
Okay. And expanding further on the search of Crystal Rogers' phone, isn't it true that the phone was in fact picked up first by the Kentucky State Police?
picked up. What does that mean? I'm sorry.
I should say that the phone first come into the custody of the Kentucky State Police before coming into the custody of the Nelson County Sheriff's Office.
No.
It went straight to the Nelson County Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
Okay. And then the extraction itself was thereafter taken to the Floyd County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
we had another extraction done with the Floyd County Sheriff's Office. That's correct.
Kelly is
Okay,
going to
and
love this.
is there any
later.
reason, I should ask you this, are you aware of the Regional Computer Forensics Lab at the FBI?
RCFL, yes, sir.
Okay. And RCFL, do you all routinely, or I should say prior to your role currently as a deputy with Bullitt County, did you all routinely use RCFL for phone extractions with the FBI?
Yes, we've used them in the past.
Is that because the FBI and RCFL have more resources to do phone extractions?
They did. They had more resources than we did at the time. Yes.
Okay. And would that be more expansive than something like Cellbrite?
Potentially, depending on the if you take the phone to RCFL to do it, what they call a self-serve kiosk, it would be the same thing that we would do with the Cellbrite. If you give it to them to do, they can potentially unlock other things if they send it off, if they deem it necessary to send it somewhere else.
Okay. Just so for point of clarity, the phone that was taken to the Floyd County Sheriff's Office was to do a Cellbrite extraction, correct?
My understanding from talking to Trooper Scott Brown at the time was,
Take your time, sir.
was that they had some additional capabilities to potentially unlock deleted content. I don't believe that was the case after we got the download back. I don't think we got anything additional from it, but we gave it a shot.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the Floyd County Sheriff's Office has the same resources as it relates to phone extraction as does RCFL?
I don't know what resources they have. I did not go there.
Okay. You didn't participate in that phone extraction at Floyd County, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to clarify that. Thank you, sir. And you also testified that as of July of 2015, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office actually had Cellbrite extraction software or technology.
Correct. We had a Cellbrite machine at the time.
And is there any reason that the phone was not searched at the Nelson County Sheriff's Office, considering the fact that the Nelson County Sheriff's Office did have Cellbrite?
Yeah, we were pretty new at it, and I think we gave it a shot to download it, but we had some difficulty with it, and rather than to try to continue it, we went with another agency to try to somebody that had more experience in the machine.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt.
That's okay.
I apologize. I want to talk about Miss Rogers' car. Do you agree that it was you and Mrs. Hartman that requested to process Crystal Rogers' automobile on the same day, July 5th of 2015, when it was recovered from the Bluegrass Parkway?
I believe the sheriff made the request. Sheriff Ed Manning made the request for Barstown Police Department.
That processing request was made July 5th of 2015, the same day that it was recovered from the Bluegrass Parkway?
I think so.
All right. And Miss Rogers' vehicle was a 2007 Chevrolet Impala, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
You testified earlier the car was not processed on site, meaning it wasn't processed on the Bluegrass Parkway, but instead it was actually processed at the Sheriff's Department.
Actually, at the secure lot at Coulter's Towing.
Okay, but it was not processed on site.
Correct.
Understood. You testified that nothing of evidentiary value was discovered in her car.
I don't think so. I don't think I testified to that. The phone, the purse, the keys, those were all taken. There was no physical evidence of any value taken out of the swabs and things that we could find.
Was there anything of value discovered in her vehicle outside of swabs and things of that nature? Anything of evidentiary value?
Other than her phone and her purse?
Okay. No. Other than her phone and her purse, was there anything of evidentiary value discovered in her car?
Not a physical evidentiary value. The circumstances surrounding the fact that the keys and the phone and the purse were left in the vehicle, we would consider that circumstantial evidence of something being amiss.
Okay. And you would agree then that certainly as of July 5th of 2015, Crystal Rogers' car was the only piece of physical evidence that law enforcement had been able to obtain pertaining to her disappearance. Is that accurate?
In the items received from the car, yes.
Okay, very well, thank you. And you testified specifically about the recovery of certain items in the vehicle, and I think you just alluded to tape lifts, right? Tape lifts?
Oh, fingerprint lifts. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I'm referring to tape lifts of hair. Were there any tape lifts of hair collected from her?
I believe Ms. Hartman collected some hairs, yes.
Okay. And so it's your understanding that there were at least some tape lifts in her vehicle that collected hair that were found in the vehicle. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Very well. And is it your understanding, and I believe you testified to this yesterday, that the tape lifts collecting hair were actually sent off to the Kentucky State Police for further testing?
I believe so, yes.
Further analysis.
Analysis.
Yeah. And in your training and experience, what is the purpose of collecting evidence such as hair in a missing persons case?
Well, it can do a few things, actually. Some of it is comparative. Some of it is for DNA standard. It just depends on what condition the hair is in, and what exactly you're trying to ascertain from it. I believe that if you have a root on the hair, then there's more of a possibility of getting a DNA sample from that hair as opposed to one that doesn't have it.
And when you say DNA sample, are you referring to DNA profiling?
Yes.
And that's, for lack of a better term, a code that identifies a specific person.
It can, yes.
Okay, very well. And the same thing goes for things like blood and skin and other genetic material, right?
That they contain DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And the tape list from Crystal Rogers' car, as you said, collected human hair, right? Nothing else?
As far as I remember, yes.
Okay. No blood, no skin, nothing like that?
Correct.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge and belief, were the hairs that were collected via tape lift from Crystal Rogers' car, were those tested later at the KSP facility?
That's my understanding, yes.
Do you know what the extent of the testing was through KSP?
After my involvement with the case or at
Yes,
the
sir.
time?
Well, and I should ask this question just to establish that foundation. Did you were involved in this case on an investigative level through 2019 prior to your retirement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so up until 2019, were you aware of what testing was done at the Kentucky State Police Laboratory as it relates to the hairs that were tape lifted from Crystal Rogers' car?
We had some conversations with about those hairs, and my understanding was that if certain testing was done with them, that it would potentially destroy the hairs. And so we opted not to do that testing specifically until we knew more. They did do some comparative analysis of them with other hairs, I believe, but that was all the testing that was done at that time.
Do you yourself have any training on comparative analysis or DNA profiling, or is that not?
No, that's not something we would get involved
That
in.
was something that the Kentucky State Police would do.
Correct.
Would it surprise you that the hairs found in Crystal Rogers' car, in fact, were not tested for DNA profiling? Would that surprise you?
No, not necessarily.
It would not surprise you that in the missing persons case of this magnitude, that these hairs found in her vehicle were not tested to determine whether there was a DNA profile that they could extract.
So no, because if you run the risk of destroying that evidence, you have to approach that cautiously. And if you have nobody to compare the DNA to,
Yeah.
it could potentially, you could destroy that evidence for no particular reason.
Understood. And I know you
Oh, look
said
at that. Dave's figured it out.
DNA profiling is outside of your expertise, and I appreciate that. So I'll just ask you this question generally. Are you aware of something called CODIS?
I am.
Okay. And you're
Good
aware
job,
that CODIS profiling is a different method of DNA testing?
I'm not aware of the method of DNA testing. My understanding of CODIS is that it's a database where DNA is entered from individuals and can be compared to.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many people are in the CODIS database?
I have no idea.
Okay. Would it surprise you that it's 23 million?
If you say so.
Okay. But
I don't know.
But despite the fact that the hairs might have been destroyed through the testing process, is it your understanding that because of the risk of sample destruction,
They're the only 10
these
I
hairs are not
see.
tested against a database
Lady
that
in
could
gray.
have potentially matched against 23 million people in that database?
I think at the time, we weighed where we were with the case and whether or not we wanted to run the risk of destroying that evidence.
Okay. To that point, 8 years later, you agree that 3 people are indicted in this case on this conspiracy to murder / tampering with physical evidence indictments.
Yes.
And as of 2000, actually, in fact, as of 2025, as we stand here today, those hairs still have not been tested for any type of DNA profiling.
We're going to hear a lot about the 2 hairs.
During the course of processing Miss Rogers' car, were all of the items taken out of Miss Rogers' car?
No.
So it's your testimony that some items were actually left in her vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Were the carpets in the rear compartment or the interior of the vehicle, were those vacuumed for potential evidence, like hair samples or dust?
Not by Ms. Hartman, as far as I know.
And you agree that this case is now not only a missing persons case, but it's also a murder investigation?
Yes.
And in a murder investigation, you would generally keep all of the evidence until a criminal prosecution had concluded, right?
There she
Typically,
is.
yes.
Understood.
The beautiful Terry
But
True
in this
Crime.
case, the car belonging to Crystal Rogers
Good morning,
was,
babes.
as you testified, the one piece of physical evidence in the possession of law enforcement that was related to the disappearance of Crystal Rogers, including her purse and phone, which was collected inside the vehicle, correct? The one piece of physical evidence at this point that law enforcement has.
Aside from the other phone downloads and things, yes.
And yet, isn't it true that less than 2 months after Miss Rogers' vehicle was recovered from the Bluegrass Parkway, that the car was actually given
You're
back
the
to the
best.
family?
That's correct.
And do you recall who released the vehicle back to Miss Rogers?
I believe I released it back to them at the order of the sheriff.
Excuse me, to the Ballard family. I should rephrase that question. It was you that released it back to the Ballard family.
I believe so, yes.
All right, may I approach the Calvin
You
vote?
may.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Deputy Stone approaching with the document. Sir, if you could please review that for a moment. Once you've had an opportunity to review that, could you please describe what you're viewing?
Yeah, it's the evidence and recovery property release for the vehicle.
And do you recognize the date that the car was returned to the Ballard family?
It's dated 8/3/15.
And you'd agree that
Oh, I'm sorry. The date and time of release is 8/31. I apologize.
August 31st of 2015, you agree that that's less than 2 months after Miss Rogers' car was recovered from the Bluegrass Parkway?
Yes,
Is that a true and accurate copy of
That's-
that document?
yes.
That's wild.
Introduce this as Defense Exhibit 1.
Any objection to one? Should defendant's one's introduced at this time?
Except for Madam Clerk.
Yes, that'll be fine.
That's pretty quick turnaround to give a main
Shall be
Not at this time.
vehicle,
Not at this time.
main evidence back to the family in like 2 months. Really, they hold on to
Deputy
that
Snow, are you
forever.
aware of what happened to Crystal Rogers' car after it was given back to the Ballard family?
I believe they stored it in a storage building that belongs to the family.
Understood. Would you be surprised that after the Ballard family was given Crystal Rogers' car back from the Nelson County Sheriff's Office, that in 2017, the Oxygen Network was producing a docuseries and actually paid a private investigator named
Right.
Joey Stidham to do their own independent processing of the vehicle?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Understood. Would you be surprised to know that Mr. Stidham and his team found numerous items left in Miss Rogers' car?
No, I already stated that we left items in there. There was no value to us.
Oh, you're at your desk
So items
today? I
left
love
in the
that
missing
for you.
person's car were of no value to law enforcement at that time.
When a crime scene tech processes a vehicle or a scene, they make determinations as to what they believe is going to be evidentiary in the crime or important to the crime. That's the nature of their job. And so when she processed the car, she made a decision about what was important to remove from it and what was not.
Understood. And that was a decision not by yourself, by somebody else.
Correct.
Is it possible? Excuse me. One question before that. Would you be surprised to know that one of the items found in Miss Rogers' car by Mr. Stidham's team was a hairbrush belonging to Crystal Rogers?
I'm unaware of that.
I understand you're unaware of it, but I'll ask a more broad hypothetical. Is it possible that a hairbrush could provide evidence related to the disappearance of Crystal Rogers if it in fact was found in her car?
I would think it would probably be her hairbrush that had her hair in it, which we obtained from another hairbrush from her residence.
Yeah, I mean, the
But you
hairbrush.
agree that the allegation in this case is that at least one person, namely Joseph Lawson, not Stephen Lawson, was actually operating her vehicle. on
Yeah, but like,
July 3rd,
who's
2015.
using
That's not
somebody's
true.
hairbrush in
That's the
their
allegation,
car,
correct? And
during
it's possible that other
hiding a
people could have been
murder
in and out
car?
of that
Like,
car.
It's possible.
Considering the fact that it was unlocked when law enforcement recovered it from the
who's
Bluegrass
like, you know
Parkway
what?
July
Now's a
5th.
good time to brush my
It was.
hair.
And so it's also possible then that somebody could have actually used this hairbrush.
No,
It's possible.
possible, but very unlikely, sir.
And isn't it true, going back to some of our previous questioning, that something like a hairbrush could have been tested, or rather the hairs from the hairbrush could have been tested for some type of DNA analysis?
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
And of course, that could have led law enforcement potentially to an additional person of interest or a suspect, couldn't it?
I have never been like, oh, I need
If
to
it
brush my
developed
hair
a
this
DNA
late at night.
profile, yes.
But that avenue wasn't explored.
I didn't have that piece of evidence.
You testified earlier that the FBI actually processed the tire that was flat, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall when or about the FBI processed the tire that was flat?
I don't recall the exact date that we gave it over to him. No.
Do you know if it was relatively close in time to 2015, or was it later when the FBI became primarily involved in, I believe, 2020?
So shiny.
It would have been before 2020. It was before I retired, I
Understood.
believe.
So that would have been prior, at least prior to 2019.
Yes.
And you also testified that the Ballard family had reported to you that that same tire was going going flat prior to this missing persons case?
Yes, I believe I would recall that conversation that she'd had some difficulty with it and was airing it up.
In other words, you don't believe that someone intentionally, in this case, put that piece of metal there in the representations of the Ballard family that the tire was already going flat?
No, I don't think so. Let me see.
Were you involved with retrieving Mr. Lawson's phone, Mr. Stephen Lawson?
No.
You do agree that the retrieval of Mr. Lawson's phone, though, however, was pursuant to a search warrant that you actually executed?
Correct. Well, I think, I'll tell you.
Put a copy of that.
I believe Deputy Brian Adams is the one that executed the search warrant to take the phone.
Okay, forgive me. I'll try to ask the question more clearly. You were the one that drafted the affidavit to obtain the search warrant.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what the basis was for asking for a warrant to search Mr. Lawson's phone?
I don't remember exactly, no.
What a copy of that help refresh your memory?
Certainly.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Ooh, I like the color of his shirt and tie today. He dresses way fancier in this trial. Well, not fancy, but I like his style more in this trial than the other one. The day before, he had like a black jacket with like a black and white checkered tie. Right? He looks good in those colors. And then in this hairbrush, though, is...
Your Honor, approach the witness, sir. Deputy, so I'm handing to you a document, sir. If you could just take a moment to review that,
Wild.
please. Deputy Snow, after you've had an opportunity to review that document, can you please describe what I've handed to you?
Oh, you know what else I forgot to tell you guys right at the moment? So you guys, we just hit 2,000 subscribers this weekend. Can you believe that? Yes, 2,000 subscribers. And so in the next week or two, we're going to have a little 2K subscriber celebration stream. So be on the lookout for that. I'll know the date tonight after our meeting. But yeah, 2K subscribers. Thank you guys so much for spreading our channel on social media and all of that. That's just freaking awesome and cool. I know. So excited.
It's the search warrant affidavit and the search warrant itself from Mr. Lawson, from taking Mr. Lawson's phone.
Okay.
And
And
phone
Mr.
records.
I apologize, Deputy
That's
Snow. Were you finished with your
Yeah.
answer? Okay, thank you. You drafted that affidavit, correct?
I did.
And you drafted that affidavit on August the 13th of 2015, correct?
That's the date on it, yes.
All right. And that was approximately, give or take, 4 or 5 weeks removed from obtaining Miss Rogers' car or the missing persons case first being reported.
1st of July to the middle of August, so a little longer than that, but yeah.
And the search warrant that you sought out pursuant to the affidavit that I've handed to you was to both search Mr. Lawson's phone and to seize Mr. Lawson's phone, correct?
Yes.
And for seizing, meaning for the Nelson County Sheriff's Office to take physical custody of it, the search was to actually extract the data from the phone.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree or disagree that it's best practice when searching a phone or extracting the data from the phone to do it as soon as you possibly can?
I would not disagree or agree with that. I think the best practice is to do what you think is going to be most fruitful for that piece of evidence.
Understood. And would it surprise you that the longer a phone sits still and is not searched, the more likely it is that certain data can actually be deleted from the phone?
I would disagree with that. If the phone is turned off when you seize it, there's no reason for the data to be deleted off of it.
Well, when you reboot the phone, isn't it true that the phone may perform things like software updates?
It can if it has access to the internet.
Okay, will that possibly trigger some data to potentially be deleted?
No, we would put the phone in airplane mode and not give it access to Wi-Fi or cellular signal.
And you all follow those practices to the best of your recollection as it relates to Mr. Lawson's phone?
Well, yeah, I didn't download it, but I assume everybody that went through the same Cellbrite class does the same thing.
That's an assumption, correct?
Correct. I did not download his phone, so.
Okay, so you can't confirm or deny.
Correct.
Do you recall when the phone was searched? When it was actually extracted?
It was initially sent to the FBI for an extraction for a report that they were working on, and then it was returned to us. And then one of the detectives that was working with me, Jamie Brooks, downloaded it RCFL in August of 2016, I believe.
August of 2016, which would have been an entire year removed from when the phone was actually seized, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any reason
A year?
you can reference as to why the phone sat for an entire year before it was actually extracted for data?
Wow.
Yes, I was trying to get the cell phone download from the FBI. The individual agent that was responsible for that had gone back to where he was from, and we were communicating back and forth, and I was trying to get it from him. When it became apparent that I wasn't going to get it from him, we made the decision to re-download the phone at RCFL.
Understood. And you might have just answered this question, but you testified obviously a couple of times that the Nelson County Sheriff's Office, at least as of July 2015, had Cellbrite technology.
Yes.
And yet Mr. Lawson's phone, instead of being searched at the Nelson County Sheriff's Office, it wasn't searched for an entire year and searched later at a different entity.
Well, it was searched before that year. It was searched by the FBI, but I did not have access to the download. It went to them straight away because the FBI agent was working on a report that he thought might give us a better picture of what had gone on in this case. And that's why I chose to send it to him. We made the decision to send it to them in order to get that report. I just didn't get access to the download, so we made the decision to re-download it so that we could have access to that report.
Understood. Deputy Snow, do you recall yesterday we watched the video recording of your interview at the Nelson County Sheriff's Office with Steve Lawson?
Yes, sir.
And during your testimony prior to watching the video in court yesterday, you testified that Mr. Lawson, when asked by yourself, indicated that he thought that Miss Rogers was dead, correct?
Yes.
That was his response to the question, do you think if she's dead or alive?
Yes.
But you agree that after watching the video yesterday, that immediately before you asked Mr. Lawson the question, do you think that she's dead or alive? You yourself said that you thought she was dead.
Yes, I gave him that opinion.
Okay. And Deputy Snow, what could Mr. Lawson have possibly said that you would not deem suspicious in that case?
I don't think that question can be answered looking back on that interview today.
What if he answered, I think she's alive?
Okay.
Would that have changed your opinion?
Of whether or not she was dead?
Well, the indication was that you found Mr. Lawson's response that I think she's dead to be suspicious. Is that accurate?
No, I think he was affirming what we already thought.
Okay, so you making that remark that
the prosecution definitely is spinning it a different way.
Dead, was not you in any way suggesting that response by Mr. Lawson was a suspicious response?
I don't think it was suspicious. I think he knew that she was dead.
After you yourself agreed that you thought she was dead.
Anybody can come to that conclusion after a month and a half.
I still do.
Just a few more questions, Deputy Snow. In a case such as this one, you agree that there have been numerous suspects over the years?
There's been a lot of people that we talked to about the case.
People that you qualify as suspects?
Yes, some.
And in fact, suspects. There's been more than 3 named over the years, other than just Stephen Lawson, Joseph Lawson, and Brooks Houck,
Named by whom?
by the Nelson County Sheriff's Department.
I believe the only official statement we made regarding that would be with Sheriff Mattingly named her boyfriend Brooks Houck as a suspect.
Okay, would you agree then that there were more than the 3 suspects named in this case, though, you yourself,
That I named in this case?
that you believe to be suspects based on your training and experience?
It's not a
More
good
than
question.
3 suspects other than Stephen Lawson, Joseph Lawson, and Brooks Houck.
The evidence that I have as of right now is that the 3 individuals that were charged were involved in the murder of Crystal Rogers. The other individuals, until some evidence comes to light as to their involvement, are just individuals that were questioned in the case.
Well, and that's what I'm talking about. The other individuals, you agree that one of those other individuals is Brooks Houck's brother, Nick Houck, correct?
We did question him in this case, yes.
And he's still being investigated as of today.
As far as I know,
But he's not been indicted, has he?
not to my knowledge.
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Would you like this back, sir?
Yes, I apologize. Our next person with us. Your Honor, I'm not moving it. Final question, Deputy Snow. Yesterday, you testified to the effect of that you have not observed anything indicating the existence of Crystal Rogers since July 3rd, 2015. Is that accurate?
That's correct. I could only testify up to 2019, but up until that point, we had found no reason to believe that she was still alive.
So are you aware or unaware that there was a request for a tax refund for COVID benefits for the 2019-20 tax season?
I don't have any access to tax information. That is strictly held by the IRS.
Understood. And that might have been after your time during the investigation as you retired in 2019.
That's correct.
Understood. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yeah, just a few, Judge. Are you aware during COVID? Okay, are you aware that there was quite a bit of tax fraud going on?
There was a lot of reporting about tax fraud.
Have you heard the President of the United States talk about waste, fraud, and abuse?
Correct.
Okay, and the fact that people were filing claims on dead people.
I had heard that on the news, yes.
So would it surprise you that if someone did file a tax claim using Crystal Rogers' name, that she would still be deceased?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware of the filing in this case that named Nick Houck and Rosemary Houck as co-conspirators in this case?
I was not aware of that filing, but
Are you aware of conversations that we've had where we expressed that we believe Rosemary and Nick Houck to be involved?
yes,
Nick Houck is a police officer, correct?
he was.
Who do you think would be the best person
Oh, Shane.
to plan out a murder?
Objection.
Sustain the objection.
What question was that?
You have a basis.
Sorry, I had to go make another pot of coffee.
Is the white noise on? Frank, can you turn on the white noise? I think I heard it. I was just asking. It would be speculation.
That's. I mean, you can't. Who's the best person to
He's a police detective.
Yeah, but his training experience.
You could argue that to the jury, but I mean, that's just speculation on who the best person. I mean, the best person.
You should know better.
You're the best person to be. A defense lawyer, the best person to be a judge. I don't know.
I got it. I'll move on. That's fine.
You better.
Have you received? Oh yeah, I got you. Have you received training on investigation of homicides?
Yes,
Do you receive that type of training just in general? When you go through training, do you receive training on crime scene investigation?
it's a separate class from the homicide class, but yes, I took that class.
Okay. And do you receive basic training like that when you go through DOJCT?
Very little. It's mostly
Good morning,
specialized.
Michael.
After you
Green
become a
chili
detective,
chicken.
you would seek out your
You're forgiven
in-services for the
today.
year that were geared
Good
toward
morning.
whatever part of the job you were performing.
Do you receive training on investigating crimes?
Yes.
Okay. And is this training that general civilians get?
No,
This is something specific to police officers, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, you had to obtain a search warrant because you asked Mr. Lawson to bring in his phone, correct?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
No.
Now, in Nelson County, you all cannot do a complete download of a phone back in 2015, correct?
That's correct. The Cellbrite machine, and I'm not an expert on Cellbrite, but when we purchased it, they explained that there were different levels of licensing. I assumed it was for profit purposes. And so because we were on a grant, we bought the basic level of that software that came with the machine.
And all the suspects that the defense attorney can talk about and all the stuff you haven't done or did do or whatever, does that change the fact of what Steve Lawson's role is in this to you?
Objection.
You see counsel at the bench.
Or Shane. Kill me.
Just the questions. It's nebulous. It's asking if you agree doesn't change Mr. Lawson's role. It doesn't identify what the role is.
I just asked him to change his mind what his role was.
I'll let him ask the question. Objection.
The clips fell off this thing.
Do you have to wear those in order here?
No, sir. It's something about this courtroom. I don't know.
I apologize. I'm not used to wearing microphones. Based on everything the defense attorney's asked you that you went through with you, does it change your opinion, in your opinion, as to what Steve Lawson's role was?
Not in any way.
Thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Young?
Yes, sir.
Any recross?
I feel like Shane's really going to annoy me today. Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed our John List coverage. Lady in Gray did a great job, didn't she?
Just one question.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Snow, you agree that your opinion as to what happened has nothing to do with the jury's role in this case?
I guess that's up to the jury.
Well, you agree
I
the
don't-
jury is the fact finder,
Correct.
and your opinion is not a fact.
Correct.
That's all I have.
Anything else this witness?
No.
Any questions from any jurors? Any questions? Okay. Deputy Snow, you can have a seat at council table. Call your next witness.
Lauren Hard.
Lauren
Lauren Harden Bell.
Harden Bell, okay?
She did. This week we have the lovely Cap'n. We'll be covering the Athens, Georgia murders. So, very excited about that show. Are we done with Detective Jon Snow? I think so.
I'll call Jamie Brooks.
Jamie Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. He's the phone guy. We saw him in Brooks and Joey's trial. Now remember, we will see some of the same faces, but we're going to see a lot of new faces too.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You have a seat right there. Try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
Detective?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Detective Jamie Brooks.
All right, Jamie, and where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the University of Louisville Police Department.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm a detective.
All right, go ahead and look at the jury.
Yes,
I know
sir.
you're looking at me.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been a police officer?
Approximately 25 years.
Okay, and go through, have you been at U of L the whole time?
No, sir.
All right, where have you been?
I spent most of my career with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office in Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, and what'd you do there?
I had multiple assignments, but my last
It's
probably
close
10
to
to 12
Japan.
years, I was on a
Good
federal
morning,
task force, multiple different task forces from DEA to IRS.
Okay. And in part of that, did you help Detective Snow back in 2015?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. In 2016?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And Detective Snow has testified that he had checked a phone out to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who did that phone belong to?
That phone belonged to Steve Lawson.
Okay. And when he checked it out to you, I think it's been testimony, it was in August of 16. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, sir.
August of 2016?
August of 2016. Yes.
Okay. And when you got that phone, what did you do with it?
We took it to RCFL, which is a lab in Louisville, Kentucky that helps do forensic downloads of cell phones.
Okay. And are you a expert in phone downloads?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. Are you what you would call a novice in phone downloads?
Probably not even that good.
Okay. All right. So is RCFL, tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens when you go into RCFL with the phone.
So you schedule an appointment and you show up and they have a technician that works with you and they take the phone and they show you how to plug it into a computer and it creates a report. It downloads the phone and most of the time it takes 2 to 3 hours to get the full download down.
Okay. Do you understand anything about how all that works?
No, sir.
Okay. Does someone sit with you while you do it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do it that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And when you get what do they give you when
Yes,
download?
it's
So
so
they give
annoying.
you a CD
Probably.
and which is basically the whole report on it.
Annoying.
And you give you the phone back and then I took it back to Detective Snow.
Okay. And did you take the CD and the phone back to Detective Snow?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And you place that in evidence?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I don't have any further questions this time.
Any cross?
Oh,
Any questions from any jurors?
well,
May this witness be finally excused or is he subject to recall? If you're finally excused, you may go. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Thank you.
oh, that's all we got for him.
Warren Hardin.
Lauren Harden. Oh, this I think is Steve's stepdaughter, ex-stepdaughter. I don't know, but the one he's trying to find an apartment with for. I remember. God, words are hard for me today. This is what happens when I don't talk for like 3 days.
To approach the bench, ma'am, so I can give you an oath. That's good right there. If you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. If you'll have a seat right over here, try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Young, proceed when you're ready.
Yes. Lauren, I want you to answer. Don't look at me. Okay, look at them. Would you give me your name, please?
Lauren Harden,
All right, Lauren. And where do you live currently?
Bardstown, Kentucky.
Okay.
Oh,
And did you
enthusiasm.
grow up around that area?
Yes.
All right. And who is your mother?
Tammy Lawson.
Okay. And I believe Miss Lawson passed away in 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And at the time of her death, was she married to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And how many daughters are there?
2 of us.
2 of you? Okay. And what's the name of your sister?
Morgan Bell,
Okay. And back in 2015, where was Morgan living?
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Cincinnati, Ohio? Okay. And was there any other daughters?
No.
All right. So in July 2015, were you living next door to your mom and the defendant?
Yes.
All right. And the defendant had testified in the Nelson County Grand Jury in September of 2015 under oath that he had made a 13-second phone call to Brooks Houck shortly after midnight on July 4th. And that the purpose of that call was to see about renting an apartment for you. Were you looking for an apartment to rent?
No.
Okay. Did you ask him at any time to call Brooks Houck for you to rent an apartment?
No.
Okay. What about Crystal Rogers? Did you ask him to call Crystal Rogers?
No.
Did you ever rent it from Crystal Rogers and Brooks Houck yourself?
Yes.
All right. And tell me about that. Did you stay the whole time or your lease?
I didn't stay my whole lease. I was evicted. Well, I was going through the process of eviction, but I moved out before the eviction took place.
Okay. So prior to being evicted, Mr. Houck and Ms. Rogers were going to evict you, but prior to doing that, you just left on your own. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. And did you have Mr. Houck's phone number?
Yes.
Did you have Ms. Rogers' cell phone number?
Yes.
Now, would you have been at Mr. Lawson's house or apartment after midnight on July 3rd or 4th, 2015?
No, I was at my dad's.
So in July of 2015, if you needed to rent an apartment, you could have called yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that you never asked Steve Lawson to rent an apartment.
No.
Judge, I have any further questions?
Andy Cross?
I don't think that's what that phone call was about anyway.
Okay, Ms. Hart, now this is not the first time you've told your story about this, is it?
No.
Okay. You have spoken to the prosecutor in this case before you testified today, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, how many times have you spoken to any person that you see at this table over here? And if you need to, you can stand up if you can't see him.
I mean, I've talked to Shane a couple of times.
Okay, so Shane being the one that just asked you questions, right?
Yes.
When did you talk to him last?
Monday.
Monday? Did he tell you what questions he was going to ask you when you got up here?
I mean, he gave me a general idea.
Okay.
Right.
Did you rehearse what you were going to tell this jury before you got on this witness stand today?
No.
Okay. You said you talked to him a couple times. That would have been, I guess, the last time.
Yes.
Okay. When did you talk to him prior to that?
It's been a little while ago when I got served my subpoena.
Okay. How long? When you say a little while ago, to give me some idea. A month ago, 6 months ago, when was it?
A month or so ago.
Okay. All right. So you had a conversation with Mr. Young at that time as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did he talk to you about what he was going to ask you when he put you on the witness stand? When he did that first conversation with you?
I mean, we had a general, just general,
Just a general what? Conversation?
general conversation.
Okay. All right. Did you have a conversation with any of the other individuals at the table over there? Do you recognize any of those other people?
No.
You don't. Okay. Will you admit to us that this is not the first time that you have told 12 people what happened on that particular day to your best of your recollection? Meaning, we're first off, let me establish something. We're talking about 2015. Would you agree with me? We're asking you to recall something from 2015. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago is 2015? Almost 10 years ago, isn't it?
Yes.
And you're comfortable coming in here and telling this jury exactly what happened in 2015 without any concern about the recollection? Is that true?
Yes.
You're completely comfortable that you remember specifically what happened back in 2015?
I mean, I had to do a little digging to find out exact locations and stuff, but yes,
What kind of digging?
like just to know where I was and if I was living next to them and things like that. Yes.
Okay, when did you do this digging?
When I spoke with the FBI.
Okay, and so even though the FBI is not sitting at that table, you have spoken to other individuals on as far as law enforcement prior to coming in here, correct?
Yes.
And they basically have asked you to remember to the best of your ability what happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then your testimony is you have to do some additional digging to remember what happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that back in 2015, you were a heavy drug user?
I did use drugs then.
Okay. What kind of drugs did you use?
I think we know.
Mainly pills.
Oh,
Mainly pills.
I was
Okay,
wrong.
what kind of pills?
Pain pills.
Okay. Were you addicted to pain pills back in 2015?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Are you addicted to pain pills today?
No.
Good for her.
When did you stop being addicted to pain pills?
2018.
Oh,
2018. Okay, so you've been clean now for what, 7 years?
Yes.
good for her.
And it is your belief then, as you sit here today, while you were addicted to pain pills in 2015, you can look at those 12 jurors and tell them specifically what you just told them without any equivocation, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your need for a place to live back in 2015, the question, of course, is whether or not, when Steve Lawson made a phone call, whether or not you needed a place to live and why he would be asking about that, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true back in 2015 that you were in fact being evicted from the place that you were living?
Yes.
Okay, so does it sound strange to you that a person who at that time was involved with your mother, right? That's what he was, correct?
Yes.
Okay, does it sound strange to you that the person who was involved with your mother at the time, who you say you were getting evicted at the time, does it sound strange to you that he would be asking somebody about finding you a location to live? Is there anything strange about that?
No, it's not unusual, but I did not ask him to.
Okay. So just to put a point on it, you didn't ask him, right? But you wouldn't find it unusual, knowing your relationship with Steve Lawson, that he'd be asking somebody else about a place for you to stay. Would you agree with that?
I mean, I could agree with that.
Okay, thank you. No additional questions.
Any redirect?
Okay. That witness, I don't know what the point of that was, but okay.
You're talking about being evicted. You're talking about being evicted by Brooks and Crystal?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified in the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Was your testimony consistent then?
Yes.
Has your testimony ever changed, whatever you told anybody?
No.
Did you ask Steve Lawson, which is what Steve Lawson told the detectives, told the grand jury, to under oath, that you asked him to call him? Did you ask him to call?
No.
So that's untrue?
Yes.
Were you at his house that night?
No.
He testified that you were at his house. He's made statements that you were at his house. Is that true?
No.
No further questions.
Any recross?
Man, when is the first time you spoke about this case to anybody? When is the first time?
I can't remember the year, but it was when the FBI contacted me several years ago.
Okay, so if I told you that the FBI didn't get involved in this case till 2020, does that sound about the time that they would have contacted you? Does that sound fair?
Could be,
Okay.
yes.
And would you agree with me that in 2020, that was 5 years. That was 5 years after this alleged conversation that Mr. Shane Young says didn't happen. Would you agree with me? You were having to recall something from more than 5 years ago when they first contacted you. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you have to do any searching at that time to figure out what you had said?
No.
Thank
I
you.
know that him and that
Anything
attorney
else
get
this witness?
into
No,
it.
so we just appreciate it.
Okay, any questions from any jurors to this witness? May this
A few
witness be
times.
finally excused? You're finally excused, ma'am. You may go. Call your next witness.
Elizabeth Chess.
Elizabeth
Oh,
Chester.
this is a good one, y'all. I can't wait to hear what she has to say and why she wasn't in Joey's trial, because this is Joey's baby mama. So,
Ma'am, if you'll come up here, please. Approach the bench and raise your right hand for me. Keep on coming straight up. That's perfect right there. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. If you'll have a seat right over there. Try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Young, proceed when you're ready.
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask for the clipping on. She speaks really softly. I'm going to ask, can you clip that on for me? Can you clip it on?
I was thinking the same thing.
All right. Ms. Chester, would you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm Elizabeth Chesler.
All right. And where do you live? Not just the town. Where do you live?
I live in just a town.
Yeah.
Radcliffe, Kentucky.
All right. Is that in Hardin County?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you work?
At Stepworks of Elizabethtown.
Okay. And do you work with people who are recovering addicts?
Yes. In the first 30 days of treatment.
Okay. And are you over that program?
I am the first shift supervisor.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since January of 2023.
All right, so you've been there over 2 years, is that correct? Okay. And you got a family, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with Steve and Joseph Lawson?
Yes.
Okay, how are you familiar with them?
I have a child with Joseph Lawson,
Okay,
and Steve dated my mom, and they got married.
all right. And
Yeah,
who is
that
the
one,
mom?
guys.
Rebecca.
Okay. And could you tell me when Steve began dating your mother?
I'm aware of August 2017.
Okay,
That's when I met him.
okay. And did you begin dating Joey shortly thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. And is Steve Lawson Joseph Lawson's father?
Yes.
All right. And
Interesting.
prior to August of 2017,
Interesting.
Steve Lawson was married to Tanya Lawson, who passed away. Is that correct?
Debbie,
Yes.
I think her mom's Rebecca Greer. I think that would be her mom,
Now,
yeah?
back in 2017 and 2018, were you around Steve Lawson and your mother and Joseph Lawson?
Yes.
And would you say you were around them frequently?
Yes. I lived with my mom at the time.
Okay. And was Steve living there?
No, he had his own house, but once I met him, he was there.
Okay. He was at your mom's house? Okay. During this time you're around Steve Lawson, the defendant, did he ever talk about the Crystal Rogers case?
No,
Okay.
he didn't bring it up.
Okay. All right. Could you explain when you say he didn't bring it up?
Because that was when the show came out. Well, it began in 2018 because I got pregnant with my daughter Chloe, and I was living with my mom again. And the show had came on Oxygen, I guess, and that's when the phone call between him and Brooks happened,
Okay.
and that's when it got brought up
Okay. How do you know there was a phone call between him and Brooks?
because it was on the TV.
Did the TV say it was between him and Brooks?
You could tell it was Steve's voice.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, did you learn it was the defendant on the phone with Brooks Houck, or did you come to that conclusion yourself?
I came to that conclusion myself, and because my mom was sitting there watching TV with me, she called him out into the living room and asked him
Okay.
if that was him.
Okay. So what did he say?
Yes.
All right. So he admitted that was him on the phone with
Yes.
Brooks Houck. Okay. All right. When was the last time you had contact with Steve Lawson?
I want to say it was Chloe's birthday, her 5th birthday,
Okay. And how long ago that was that?
over a year ago.
Okay. And did Steve Lawson ever make any other statements regarding Crystal Rogers?
Not directly.
Okay, what indirectly?
Objection, Judge. If she didn't make a direct statement, then
You need to lay foundation.
I'll lay
She was
foundation.
present for this
Yes, sir.
conversation.
Yes, sir. Did Steve Lawson ever make any statements about him planning to leave Tammy?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that statement?
He was leaving Tammy because she knew he had committed murder, and she was going to tell on him. That's what he said.
You may approach.
Ooh.
In the grand jury.
what exactly did she just tell the jury?
He committed murder. Leaving.
And now we've got that. That's what her mother said to her.
No, that's what Steve said to her. She said, Mr. Lawson said.
He has she's never said that.
Yeah. Grand jury report, did you say?
Yeah, when did she say that?
In the grand jury.
Hmm.
I don't
It's
know.
also in her 302.
Well, I mean, they're going to read through all the
Hold on, I got it.
discoveries.
This is a 302 that it's in.
Again, though, that's just another Hearsay witness.
She couldn't take it anymore, and she was going to tell him.
So he left.
I forgot next week we will be watching Brooks and Joseph's sentencing on the 21st, I think it is. So, oof.
Yeah, it doesn't say that he said that to her. Read this in its context. I figured out she died after he told me while he was breaking up.
Go ahead and let the jury step out.
That's right.
Keep talking here. That's right. I'm ready to turn off the thing for 1 second.
I will say, Shane has been sneaky,
Ladies and gentlemen, at
sneaky.
this point, I'm going to go ahead and give you all a break. We've been going for about an hour. The same admonitions are still in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody attempts to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me. And you're not to make up your mind about
That's for the
case.
jury.
You've heard all the evidence. You've received the instructions.
That
from the
usually
court.
applies
You've
to a
got
witness
the
as well.
jury to deliberate and consider what the fellow jurors have to say about the case.
Who is currently on the
Step out,
stand.
we'll take a 15-minute break for you.
No, nobody.
Mr. Kisser, you may take a 15-minute break also, okay? All right, the jurors have left the room. If counsel wishes to come back up, we'll continue our discussion.
It's down at the bottom of
So this is the grand jury.
Isn't that what is the bottom? She said Steve Lawson.
It says EC. Who's EC? It's her right. It's SYG. Okay.
His version is 302 also.
I know it was the year after this.
Huh? We got
Any suspicions that were placed on that? I figured out when she got here, he told me while they were breaking up. Okay, what was that? That he had committed murder, and she knew it, and she couldn't take it anymore, and she was going to tell on him, so she left. So he left her.
That's what she just testified. But isn't she representing Kansas?
Okay, just give me 1 second, please.
Interesting.
Let me go turn my microphone off real quick.
You all, okay, so let's read this. You all had, who's you all? You all had suspicions as it relates to her death. I figured out how she died after he told me while they were breaking up.
That's what Amy Lawson said to her.
I figured out she died after he told me while they were breaking up. While they were breaking up, or why they were breaking up? That she
What's in the context?
Yeah, I mean, well, it reads weird. I figured out how she died after he told me while they were breaking up. Okay, what was that? That she That's her first sentence, or her first two words, that he had committed murder.
That's what Tammy Lawson said to her.
She testified that Joey, or that Steve said that. But certainly y'all can cross her about everything that's in that grand jury testimony. If you think it's inconsistent, certainly you can testify.
Well,
Question her about that.
Okay, that he had committed murder when she knew it, and she couldn't take it anymore, and she was going to tell on him, so he left her.
I think my question was, if I remember correctly, do you know why they received some point on leave Tammy? Who was Steve going to leave Tammy or something like that? I can't remember exactly what the question was.
Okay, well, we'll start back. I'll have the jury be back and we'll start back with redirect. Yes, I told him 15 minute break. So right this. All right.
Well, can I get a copy of that? Or can I use? Well,
it's in your stuff.
Do you need a copy of it?
Can I get a copy of it, Judge?
A copy. He didn't know where this is at.
You want a copy of the 302, what you said there too?
Please, thanks.
Fred, take a break.
Okay, I had to get some more coffee because I knew I wasn't going to want to get up once she gets back on the stand.
At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call. Ms. Chester, you're still under oath. Mr. Young, please proceed.
Elizabeth, when we broke, we just left off and you talked about a statement made by Mr. Steve Lawson, is that correct?
Yes.
That he had planned on leaving Tammy because she had murdered him, is that correct?
She knew he had committed murder.
Okay.
He was leaving her.
And did you ever know
Coffee
Tammy?
tastes extra good today.
Okay. Did you ever, so you never spoke to her, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Could you describe the relationship between Joey and Steve?
Unpleasant.
Okay. Did
Non-existent.
What?
Non-existent.
Non-existent. Did they not get along?
No.
Okay. All right. Did Steve ever make any statements to you as related to Crystal Rogers' car?
That he had moved the car.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. And did he ever make any statement about there being no evidence?
No evidence, no case.
Okay. And did he say that to you?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you take that to mean?
There wasn't a body left.
All right. Judge, I don't have any further questions this time.
Any cross?
Chester.
My coffee is extra delicious.
All right,
today.
Ms. Chester. So let's talk about a few things. We've got a conversation that you're saying that Mr. Lawson had that took place with you, right? Related to apparently what he said about murder. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
I guess around September 2017.
September 2017. Okay. And where did that statement take place?
My mom's kitchen.
Okay. Where was that kitchen? Like, what's the address?
It was on Campground Road.
Campground Road.
Mhm.
Okay. And was Steve Lawson living there at the time?
He was, once him and my mom got together, he pretty much stayed there. I wouldn't say he had his own house still because they had just got together.
Okay. And was your mom alive at that time when he made that statement, or was it after your mom passed?
My mom's alive now.
Okay. Was that before or after, I should say, Tammy had passed?
I thought it was a year after Tammy passed, but evidently it was only a month or two.
Okay. And let me ask you real quick, let me back up for a second. Have you had conversations with this prosecution team before coming in here today?
Yes.
Okay. And who have you spoken with that's sitting at this table?
Teresa Young and Shane Young.
Okay. And when are let's go with the most recent to now. When did you have a conversation with
one of those individuals?
Saturday.
Okay. What did they talk to you about?
What I'll be talking about today?
Okay. And did they tell you what they were going to ask you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review anything in the process of getting up here and testifying?
No.
You didn't review anything? You didn't review any grand jury transcripts or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did they tell you specifically what questions they were going to ask you?
Yes.
Okay. And did they rehearse with you what your answers were going to be to those questions?
No.
They just asked the questions and didn't say,
They
hey,
told me to be honest.
okay. All right. And
This line of
did they
questioning
tell
is always
you
like, oh, do
that
you make
you were
money to be
very
an expert?
important
What
to
is
this case?
very annoying.
No, they didn't? Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You're claiming, as you sit here today in 2025, right,
Yes.
that you specifically recall that Mr. Lawson said something to you about murder in 2017. Is that correct?
Yes. That's not something that you forget.
That's not something you forget? Did you write it down somewhere?
No.
Did you tell anybody else about this?
I didn't have to. My mom was present.
Just answer my question. Did you tell anybody else about that?
No.
And you didn't write it down anywhere, right?
No.
And that's something you never forget, right?
Right.
Okay. You didn't tell a friend?
No.
You didn't call the police?
No.
Why would you not call the police if you had just been told by Steve Lawson that he committed a murder? Why would you not do that? So let me ask you this. Back in 2017, how long had Crystal Rogers been missing at that point?
I guess 2 years.
Okay. And by your own statements, you watch television, right?
Right.
And you were involved in and you liked watching things about Crystal Rogers, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm assuming that from 2015 through 2017, you were watching those shows, correct?
Right.
So you want this jury to believe that you're watching those shows, you're following up on where Crystal Rogers is in this murder mystery that we're all here to solve. You're watching that for 2 years, right?
Right.
And this gentleman right here says something about murdering somebody, and you didn't do anything with that?
No.
That and he has nicer hair, probably, right? Don't worry, I'm
wasn't
sure Shane will
actually
come up and be
until
loud.
2021 when, let me ask you. You're sitting here today, right?
Right.
If you didn't tell anybody about it, tell the jury how you got involved in this case. How did you get involved?
I've been speaking with the FBI since 2019 about this because I didn't find out that Steve was involved in the crystal stuff until 2018 when I was pregnant with my daughter, Chloe. I figured Joey told me about it so that I would know, basically, that I would be next if I said anything.
Okay, so I don't know what you mean by that, but let me ask you this. You're saying that you have been in contact with the FBI related to this case since 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And when you met, who did you meet with the FBI?
Steve.
Was it Steve Carey? Does it sound right?
I'm not sure what his last
Did he
name is.
approach you or did you approach him?
He approached me.
Okay. When you met with Agent Carey, where'd you meet with him?
I met with him at the park in Bardstown.
Okay. Were you comfortable with him?
Yes.
I assume you were comfortable. You knew he was a law enforcement officer, right?
Right.
There was no reason for you to be afraid of him, right? Right? Would you agree with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you, in 2019, when having contact with an FBI agent, would have had an opportunity to tell him this bombshell that you dropped on the jury today?
I did.
You did tell him?
Yes, I sure
You
did.
did. Okay. All right. And do you know what he did with that information?
I have no idea.
Okay. When was it that you actually were called to the grand jury to testify?
I received my subpoena, I guess, 3 weeks ago.
No, not to this case. Talking about the grand jury. Do you remember?
Yes.
You testified in front of 12 other people.
Yes, I did.
Not these 12 people. But
I
you
don't think I've
testified.
ever heard
Doing that? Okay.
the grand
When
jury
did you do
brought
that?
up more in a trial than this one. You like never hear
2023,
about it.
because I was pregnant.
All right. So you're telling this jury that you told an FBI agent in 2019 that Steve Lawson, basically to what you're telling us, admitted to committing murder, 4 years went by before anybody asked you to come in and tell your story again.
Yes.
That's your story.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What was your drug use like back in 2017?
I wasn't using when I met Steve.
No, that's not my question. Answer my question. What is your let's just do it this way. What was your history with drug use? What is your history?
Judge, may we approach?
You may.
You better not say this isn't relevant because it's kind of relevant.
About her ability to recall events when Steve made these statements to her. He's going to have to show the drug use then, or he's going to have to show some way it's infected her mind and she can't remember anything.
Well, that's just not true. Just not a true statement. I'm allowed to ask her about her drug use, and then we can infer whether or not that would have any impact on her.
I mean,
on
if
her.
I use drugs 10 years later, that doesn't necessarily mean that
And
I
obviously
can't
that's where I
remember
was
what happened 10 years.
I'll give you some latitude because certainly she works as
I want to bring this up. We're going to get into the past statements now. I think we have a right to go into her past statements to the FBI and to the grand jury because I think they've kicked that door open with her question.
Let's get to direct across before we get back to redirect. Okay, sure.
Man, are you sober as you sit here today?
Yes.
How long have you been sober?
Since February 15 to 2022.
2022. So, obviously, when you allegedly overheard these statements that Mr. Lawson apparently made, you were not sober at that time. Would you agree with me?
No,
You would not agree with me.
She
or it's a true
was
statement?
sober.
that's a false statement
Okay. Why is it a false statement?
because I was clean when I met Steve. And when he made the accusation, I was pregnant and my mom had brought me there so that I would dry out so I wouldn't kill my daughter.
Oh, I see. Never mind.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack. Your mom brought you someplace to dry out? Is that what you just said?
Yes. She brought me to her house because
Okay, and this is the time period you're talking about when you were drying out.
Okay.
That's the time period you allegedly made these statements?
yes.
Okay, so to you, the term drying out,
Mhm.
that means you're sober?
No, that means that I'm withdrawing.
Exactly. So you were not sober at the time. You were withdrawing, correct?
No, you said when he made the statement.
That's what I'm asking you.
Right. I was clean.
You were clean,
Yes.
okay? And how long before that had you dried out?
I don't understand the question.
Well, did you dry out before or did you dry out after? Maybe I'm misunderstanding your timeline.
Before.
You dried out before,
Right.
correct?
This is after I'd been there for some time.
Okay, what is sometime? Tell me what that means.
Like 2 months.
Okay, so you had been there, the statement that he allegedly made was made 2 months after you went to your mom's, correct?
Yes.
And your statement to this jury is that you were not under any type of drugs or any type of influence because you had been drying out at the time, right? And you'd been drying out for 2 months, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you relapse after that?
5 months after I gave birth to my daughter, I did.
Okay, so you were basically then, you're telling this jury that you had what we would call a sober time, right?
Mhm.
And it just so happened to be during that sober time is when he made that statement that you're now telling this jury about, right?
Yes.
Good morning, Mama Llama. Or afternoon. Well, it's still morning. It's not noon yet. Good morning, afternoon.
As we sit here today, ma'am, let me just ask this way. When's the last time you watched any type of docuseries or anything related to the Crystal Rogers case? When's the last time you did that?
When my daughter's father got involved,
Who's your daughter's father?
Joseph Lawson.
Okay. Let me ask the question again then. Without telling me what event it was around, tell me when the last time that you watched a television show related to the Crystal Rogers situation.
It's been over a year.
Over a year?
Ooh.
So you're telling the jury that, obviously Joey Lawson started the crime, right?
Yes.
Do you contact him?
Yes.
You had contact with him?
I have contact with him today.
You do? Okay. And he's going to trial in a month, right?
Yes.
Okay, you know that?
Mm-hmm.
And you've admitted to the jury that you're a person that watches the docuseries and things about this case, right?
I admitted
Did
that
you
I
see
was that person.
Okay. So you're telling this jury and you knew, when did you know you were going to testify? You told us a couple months ago when you got your subpoena?
No, I said 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. Okay. But you knew from Mr. Young and his crew over there that you were going to be testifying prior to that, right? Meaning you knew far before a couple months ago that you were going to be testifying in front of a jury.
Yes.
Okay. So you knew you'd be testifying, right?
Okay. Yes.
You do. Okay. How long ago did you know you'd be testifying? When is it? Was it a year ago? Was it 6 months ago?
I knew from the time I got on the grand jury.
Okay, which was in
That's what they would
2023, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you knew you'd be testifying in front of 12 people, right?
Yes.
You knew that the father of your child, Joey Lawson, right?
Yes.
Was indicted and was going to trial. You knew that, right?
Yeah.
And you're telling these jurors, you just stopped watching the docuseries?
Yes.
Man, isn't it true that a vast majority of what you have told this jury today comes from things that you don't know personally, but they're things that you have either saw on television or have been told by other people? Would you agree with that?
No.
When you watch these docuseries, you're not gathering any information?
No.
I mean, girl.
So everything you've told this jury today is based on your own independent recollection from 2017?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Has anyone from let me ask this. Have you thought about, before you came in here, have you thought about how important your testimony is?
To her mother, yes.
To what?
To her mother, yes.
To whose mother?
Crystal's.
Okay, so you're here then because you have a sense of loyalty to Crystal's mother. Is that correct?
No.
Well, I'll have an answer.
No.
You don't?
No.
Have you spoken to Miss Ballard?
I did during the break.
You did? During the very break that we were out here? Judge, can we approach?
What? Yes. Yes. Witnesses are not supposed to talk to anybody during their breaks, including lawyers. I'm pretty sure if they're under oath. No talking to anybody.
It's my typical approach to these, and I think the court would say the same, that when a person is under oath, they're not supposed to be out talking to people. She's under oath. We give them the courtesy of allowing them not to sit there because if they have to go to the restroom or something. But we don't expect people to be out in the hallway talking to other. In fact, she was a witness. Now we got two witnesses talking to each other.
I don't know what they're talking about. If you want to ask, you certainly may. But at this point, I mean, they could have been talking about the weather for all I know. So.
Sir. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah, they're not supposed to talk to people, let alone other witnesses or anybody like that. You just don't.
So you're here today testifying
Who, this
in a
lawyer?
case where Mr. Lawson is on trial for a very serious offense. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And you knew coming in here today how serious that was, correct?
Yes.
And you came into this courtroom because you have some sense of loyalty to the Ballard family. Would you
No.
agree with me? You stated about 2 minutes ago that you were doing it for Miss Ballard.
it's the right thing to do, and it'll bring her peace, I hope. Anyways.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you, when you were out talking to Miss Ballard in the hallway, what'd you say? What were you talking about?
She said, thank you, and I said, I pray that this brings you peace, but I don't know that it will.
She thanked you for your testimony?
I mean,
The answer is yes or no. She said thank you to you.
for coming on the stand, yes.
After you just got off the witness stand and walked outside during the break, she thanked you?
Yes.
And you said to her what?
I pray this brings you peace, but I don't know that it will.
Oh my goodness.
Do you think
Yikes.
peace might be the pursuit of the truth? Do you think that might be what we're doing here? Do you think that's what we're here for?
Hello. Welcome.
What are we here for now?
Everybody say hi to Flash Fan 85.
Justice? Ma'am, to you, what is justice? What is justice to you?
To me?
Yes.
So worldly, it's something that happens in court when someone is wrong. And they get consequences for those actions.
And you're here then. You're here to make consequences on Steve Lawson, right?
No, I'm here because I feel like that's what God wants me to do.
Now we're talking God. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
These people are here to get the truth, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They're not here to avenge something, okay? They're not here to help out Miss Ballard. Would you agree with that?
Judge asked a question.
Would you agree with that? That's what this jury's here for. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. But that's not why you're here, is it?
That's not true.
No more
Steve's never done
questions, Judge.
anything to me.
No more questions.
Any redirect?
Oh.
It's okay.
Are you afraid of anybody in this courtroom? Did you want to come testify?
No,
Are you afraid of anybody?
I'm afraid that someone's gonna kill my
Judge, objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
Can we approach?
You may.
Not a great.
He went down that on purpose.
He's in here, and while she's here,
Hold it down. Get this. Breathe. So what your objection?
The objection is, as you've already sustained, quite frankly, that that's not an appropriate question. And I don't have it on. I don't even physically have it.
Oh, Shane doesn't know how to work a microphone. Again.
So you sustained it. So I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that we're not going to continue to ask that same question that it was sustained. That's
I'm
not
glad you
appropriate
found this
question.
again,
No, it's
Flash.
I don't think it's appropriate to go like this. I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Yeah, definitely not appropriate, Shane. But
Elizabeth, you talked to the FBI back some time ago. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you tell them?
usually not.
Yes.
Or we get to this time. It's
And
very
I'm going to
exciting.
show you a report. All right. That's dated
The court's footage. So
2020, and it's a statement you
Judge,
made.
can we approach?
You may.
yeah, normally we don't get to hear sidebars, and it's very interesting
It's
to be
not
able
a
to hear
report
them.
that she authored. How can you can't refresh her memory with something?
Is it something she wrote? Is it?
no, sir, it's an investigative report. I was going to ask her if she recognized the statement in the report.
That's not how it works.
You can ask her if she recalls making the statement.
I think you can ask if she made the statement, but that report was authored by somebody else. That would have to. That's
You know better, Shane.
Okay,
You're a
that's fine.
special prosecutor. He's so sneaky.
I asked
So
her wrong.
sneaky. Shouldn't have
Did
to
you
be
make a
anything of
statement back to the
name on
FBI
Katie.
agent back in 2020 that Steve Lawson planned on leaving Tammy because she had murder on him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, they were asking about shows on TV and about how that may have influenced you or affected you, correct?
Yeah.
Did you ever watch any show or docuseries or whatever where it was said that Steve Lawson committed murder, or that Tammy knew he committed murder, and that's why he was leaving?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a statement that was made to you by Steve Lawson?
Yes.
Okay, and you understand why you're here, to tell the truth, correct? No further questions.
Any recross?
No redirect.
Any questions from any jurors? You all write down your questions, please.
Oh, we got jury questions, you guys.
Give those to the bailiff, the questions you've written down.
Jury questions. True crime and soda time. I mean, sometimes we have soda instead of wine. But I'm glad you found it and you did perfect.
Allow
And turn
counsel
on the
come on up to
notification
the
bell
bench
because
in
then
case
you'll
there's an
know
objection to the question.
the minute we go live for anything. Because sometimes, like when I'm going through my subs on like channels I sub to on my phone, it won't like tell me the people I want are live. I have to go like way down to the bottom. It's very annoying. So notifications help a lot.
Please tear out the whole page so we can make that part of the record.
Honestly, I feel like her testimony for both sides, it was just messy.
And I hope everyone's penmanship's better than mine, okay? First question is, would she consider her mother and her relationship close? Did they have a relationship where they talked as best friends? So I think that's the part of it. Any objection to those?
Fair with that.
Oh, okay.
Excellent. Do you know how Steve Lawson passed? So sustain that objection. If so, how was that to your knowledge? Do you have any questions for your honor? Do you tell them there's certain questions we can't answer? I'll tell them that there's some, I'm asking questions that are in script. Yes, I'll tell them. What was the exact verbiage used by the defendant when he allegedly confessed to this murder? So I think that's relevant.
There's a lot of questions.
Is it common practice for the defense and prosecuting attorney to prep or coach their witnesses? And if so, what's the steps? So this would not be the witness to answer that question.
To the last question, I don't agree that that's correct verbiage. Confess to this murder. That's not the remark that she made. She said he committed a murder. If you ask that question in that nature, it's directly connoting to suggest that he confessed to this specific incident. That's not the statement that she gave.
If we change it here, what was the exact verbiage used by the defendant when talking about a murder?
Yeah, that would be appropriate, but it shouldn't directly state this murder.
Well, you found us, my friends, and we're happy you're here.
I will ask the questions that are admissible. Some are inadmissible, so I can't ask all the questions. Ma'am, here are some questions the jurors have. Would you consider your mother and your relationship to be close?
No,
Did you have a relationship where you talked as best friends?
no,
What was the exact verbiage used by the defendant when talking about a murder?
I'm going to put it in quotes, okay? She knew I had committed murder and she was going to tell on me, so I was leaving her.
That doesn't make
Based upon the
sense.
jurors'
Oh.
questions, any redirect from the Commonwealth? Any recross from the defense? May this witness be finally excused?
I mean, Steve does say dumb things, but
You do.
Well, no. Yes, I did. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
This is based on Elizabeth. And it's based on the last question. At the time the defendant made that statement to you, did you know he was talking about Crystal Rogers?
No.
Okay, when did you figure that out?
After the TV series?
Okay, and is that after your mom or after you had talked to him about him being on the recording?
That was the same day.
Okay, and he admitted that?
Yes.
Any recross?
Yes. So, ma'am, hold on a second.
oof.
So, in response to Mr. Young,
Sir,
questions here at the end.
it's something with the Commonwealth states. I don't know. They are.
When Mr. Lawson made this alleged statement to you, you didn't know what it was about, right?
When he said that, are you asking me the murder question?
You didn't know what it was about. You just told Mr. Young. You didn't figure it out till later what it
Right.
related to. Okay. And you figured that out by watching television, right? You watched the docuseries. Mr. Young just asked you. You watched. That's how you figured this out. That's how you put 2 and 2 together, right?
No,
Didn't you just tell him that that's how you figured it out?
no.
You told him when he said, "How did you figure it out?" You said, "I watched docuseries," or words to that effect. Didn't you just say that?
No,
What did you say?
it's not what he asked me.
Okay, then go ahead. Tell me what you remember him asking.
Was it in the same time frame?
Okay.
And it was.
Mr. Young didn't just ask you whether or not at the time the statement was made, whether you knew or thought it was related to Crystal Rogers?
I had no idea that the murder he committed was Crystal. No.
Okay, that's the question then. And it wasn't until later, right?
Mhm.
It wasn't
He's
until
only charged
later
with
that you figured it
conspiracy.
out, right?
Right.
And that's after you were watching
In case new
Hollywood
people didn't know
produced
that.
television shows, right?
No.
No?
No.
When did you figure it out then? Because I could have sworn you just told Mr. Young that it was after you watched television.
When his son told me what he did.
Okay.
That's my
All right.
mess.
No additional questions, Judge.
Thank you.
Anything else at this
You're
point?
welcome. You're welcome.
Was it after you questioned him about what you saw?
Yes. Wait, ask me the question again. I'm sorry.
After what you had watched? You said you had heard Steve's voice on the docuseries.
Right.
Did you ask him questions about that?
Yes, because my mom was like really concerned because I had her rewind it a couple times to make sure it was his voice, because it was sudden.
And did he admit that was his voice?
Yes.
Did he admit to moving the car?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
I don't, Judge.
Any
That's
other
like the
questions
first
from
time she
jurors?
mentioned
All right,
that.
may this witness be validly excused or she's
Right.
subject to recall?
Ugh.
Yeah, why don't we subject her to recall, Judge?
And then you're going to need to remain, you're subject to recall, okay?
Okay.
You may
That means
call
we'll
your next
talk
witness.
about you should clarify with her
Stacy Kramer.
Yes, sir.
the rules. Ugh.
Judge, if we could approach real quick.
Stacey Kramer, she
Please.
was in
Yes.
Brooks
Ma'am, Ms. Chesser,
and
if
Joseph
you wait
trial.
just a second here. Would you like for me to tell her not to communicate?
That's what I'd like you to admonish her.
Fran, if you could turn it off. Ms. Chesser, you're still subject to being recalled, so you're not allowed to talk to anybody about this case or your testimony, okay? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Just clarify, because apparently she doesn't know how that works. And she's all over the place. She's all over the place. It's very weird.
Stacy Kramer.
Why would Steve be like, oh yeah, I left my wife because she
Ma'am, if you'll
knows
come
I committed
forward,
murder?
please.
What? Okay.
Keep on coming straight up for me, and
I would think if somebody knew that I committed murder, I wouldn't want to be pissing them off, but
do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. You'll have a seat right over there.
she talked her
Try to
into
sit
the
as close to the
bathroom.
microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
Can I see exhibit 23? This is the last one. Thank you.
But I mean, Steve's also stupid, so
Could you
it,
go ahead and introduce yourself, Stacey, to the ladies and gentlemen?
Or
Stacey Kramer.
All right, and I'm going to be asking you questions, but I'm just going to ask that you direct your answers towards them.
Okay.
Because they're
I'll be right back,
important.
kiddos.
Could you tell me, do you live, not your address, but where do you live?
Nelson County.
Okay, and have you grown up around Nelson County?
Yes.
All right, and do you know a Kenny Gertley?
Yes.
Okay, and who is Kenny?
He was my roommate.
Okay, and was that back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay, and were you working for Brooks Houck?
Yes.
Okay, and what were you doing?
Building decks and insulation.
Okay, and are you familiar with the defendant in this case, Steve Lawson?
Yes.
All right, and do you know who his son is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Joseph Lawson.
Okay, and where did you meet them?
At the job sites.
Okay, did you know him before you worked there?
No.
Okay, and you all were, how long had you been working for
working there in 2015?
Not very long.
Not very long. And what did you and Kenny do for Mr. Houck?
Built decks and insulated attics and underneath houses.
Okay. So
I
you
like
insulated and built decks?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
cleaned one house and that's it.
So would you all say in the construction process, there's a series of things going on, so get
Yes.
framed. Were you all at the tail end of it?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Like
y'all
after all the houses got built,
you would come in and build the decks and clean it up and insulate?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, did you know Crystal Rogers?
not personally, just from seeing her out on the jogs
Okay. And did you see her out on the job sometime
in the vehicle,
in the vehicle? Would she be alone?
her and the baby with Brooks driving.
Okay. Did you ever see her without the baby?
No.
All right. Now, the week of July 3rd, okay, that week, all right, you know which week I'm talking about, did you see Steve Lawson there working?
No,
Okay.
not the week of July 3rd.
Okay. Within a couple of weeks?
Yes,
Okay. And did you notice anything, did you ever observe him with Mr. Houck?
yes.
Okay, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what you saw.
I was sitting in the vehicle eating lunch and Brooks Houck and Stephen Lawson pulled up in Brooks Houck's truck and asked about a crack in the ceiling that somebody had done in the drywall, and then proceeded to drive around for a while. I don't really know how long.
Now, they drove around for a while, you said,
Yeah,
right?
like
Now,
for
was
a
there
while.
anything, is this typical behavior of Mr. Houck's to ride around with employees?
No.
Okay, did you, okay. And so you said they drove around for a while?
Yeah.
All right, I'm not asking you how
In the
long.
neighborhood.
In the neighborhood, okay. Was it just them two in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And go on with your story, I'm sorry.
And after a while, they did go to the house with the crack in the ceiling. I never seen them get out of the truck. I just seen them sitting in the truck. And before that, me and Kenny got scolded about the crack in the ceiling. So that's what I thought it was about.
Did you put a crack in the ceiling?
I didn't. Somebody did. We did insulate that house.
Right.
So I don't know if somebody went up and checked the job or, yes, there was a little crack in the ceiling.
Okay. Was Mr. Houck not happy about the crack in the ceiling?
No.
Okay. And that's, you said he was talking to Mr. Lawson about it.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, and then I guess Stephen Lawson's car was parked somewhere up that way towards us, because that's where he got out at and kind of walked around our vehicle. And I was sitting in there eating lunch, and Kenny was standing right by my door, and he walked around and said, I gotta go take care of something. I gotta go take care of this girl. Just like mouthing. And I'm like, take care of her? Like what? Like, how do you mean? He's like, well, just take care of her. She's got 5 kids and she's not doing real good. And I was just asking questions, and he proceeded to just pop off that take care of her. I mean, I don't remember exactly.
What did you take that?
And I asked if it was a family member, and he said no. And I asked, are you putting her in rehab? He said, I wish that was the case. And that was about it.
Okay. Is that what him and Brooks were talking about?
I'm pretty sure that's
Objection. I'll
something he
sustain, I'll
said.
sustain the objection. Got a foundation.
Did he tell you what him and Brooks were talking
Well,
about?
I asked him if they were talking about the crack in the ceiling. I said, am I in trouble?
He said what?
No, that they were talking about the girl.
Okay. And do you know how many children Crystal Rogers had?
5.
All right. So I'm going to show you exhibit number 23. Okay. This has previously been turned into evidence.
Okay.
And this was, do you recognize that number?
Yes, that's my phone number.
Okay. And this has been testified by Detective Snow that he took this off the answering machine on July 5th at 6:43 p.m. And would that be you?
Yes.
It had Stacy with are you IE?
Yes.
All right. And with a question mark. So that would be you?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you calling the sheriff's office for?
About that remark.
Okay. And this was the same day that Crystal was reported missing, is that
Yes.
correct? And did you also go into to the sheriff's office to make a statement?
Yes.
Okay. And did you write out the statement?
Yes.
Okay.
had to do my quick coffee run and talk to little Llama because he's finally awake for the day. Oh, teenagers. Flash fan. I did a huge deep dive this month on everything Crystal Rogers and the other unsolved murders in Bardstown, Kentucky, covering all the way up to these trials. It's a lot, but I put everything that's possibly out there about it in there. So I really recommend it. I mean, toot my own horn here, but I recommend checking it out.
To introduce this?
Because these stories aren't
of this witness.
over yet.
Oh, so what? That doesn't mean it's an out of court statement. She's on the witness stand, and there's only certain rules that allow hearsay.
It would be bolstering her testimony, which would be improper. Right. But certainly the jury has the understanding that she brings a statement, and then certainly there's nothing that's
Hi,
inconsistent.
Kelly. Kelly P, we've been waiting for you. There's a trial daddy in here for you.
Okay.
By the way.
Stacey, let's take a look at that real quick. Is that your statement?
Yes.
Okay. And what you testified here today, is that what's contained in that statement?
Yes.
Deep girl. It's a wild story. I mean, it's wild. My nose is meh today. Yes, Crystal Rogers. Oh, there's a lot. A lot to know about. She disappeared, then her father was murdered. An officer was murdered before she went missing. That's not solved.
Do you remember what day it was you gave the statement?
I'm not sure. It
If I showed you a statement, would that refresh your recollection?
You'll see, Kelly.
in October.
Okay. So it was in October 2015? Okay. So so you called in that afternoon, right? And why was it till October?
I called and nobody called me back, and I kind of got scared
Okay.
because of the rumors and everything that was going around.
So did you go in on your own?
Mhm.
Okay. I don't have any further questions this time, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Oh, you do research too. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, the teens.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wild. This case
Before
is
coming in here
interesting.
today, did you speak to
Your whole
anyone
life.
at that council table regarding your testimony?
No, I don't. I can't see that. No.
You can stand up if you'd
Just
like.
the prosecutor and his wife.
Go ahead, stand up. So you
Yes.
spoke to those two individuals?
Yes.
Okay. When did you last speak to them before coming in here?
Besides text messages on Saturday of last week.
Saturday of last week?
Mhm.
Okay. Did you talk to them about your testimony today?
Yeah.
You did?
Mhm.
Okay. Did you talk to them about what questions they were going to be asking you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you go over those questions with them before you got on the witness stand today?
Yeah, vaguely, I guess.
Okay. And you and I have never met, have we?
No.
I've never called you,
Mm-mm.
never asked you any
It's
questions.
complicated,
Correct.
you know?
Now, you've made one statement in this case, is that correct? One written statement?
Yes.
Okay, it's may I approach Judge?
You may.
And this is the statement that you should already be familiar with because Mr. Young showed it to you. Take a look at that. Is that the statement that you made?
Yes.
Okay. And
Because I'm like, hey,
you're
Lady
here
in
today
Gray,
to testify,
need
right?
to research
Yes.
this for
You understand that the jury has to hear you say things, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that statement, we can't just rely on that statement. You have to state those things to the jury, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, you said to this jury that you saw Steve Lawson driving around in a truck with Brooks Houck, right?
Yes.
And that was atypical, is what you told the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when he got out of the truck, he being Steve Lawson, he had a conversation with you, right? Remind me again what you told the jury that the statement was in relation to getting rid of somebody.
I don't know. I don't understand what you're asking. This has
Say
been
again
10
what-
years ago, so I'm not going to say exactly what was wrote down.
Well, that's kind of important. Wouldn't you agree?
Right. Well,
This is 2015, August or October of 2015, correct?
right.
So really, as you sit here in front of this jury today, you don't remember, right?
I remember about what it was about. Yes.
And that's partly because you've talked about it multiple times over and over and over with the prosecutors, correct?
Actually, no. I mean, no. I haven't really talked about that one statement over and over, just once.
Okay. So what is refreshing you? Why do you remember it so well as you sit here today?
Because somebody's missing after that happened.
Okay.
And it was directed. I mean, she has 5 kids and he was with Houck. And I'm going to remember.
Okay. So it's your statement then you put together 2 and 2 that when he said this alleged statement to you, that he had to be talking about Crystal, right?
After she came up missing, yes.
Okay. So you didn't know it at the time, right?
I didn't know.
You didn't know when you wrote the statement that Crystal Rogers was missing?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
When he said it to you, you didn't know she was missing, right?
No, she
Right.
wasn't missing yet.
Exactly. So
Right.
you didn't know at that time, correct? And when he made that alleged statement to you, you went, roughly 4 months later and made this statement to the.
Yeah, it was pretty scary.
Okay.
It's
And
probably
so
supposed to be in
why did you
October.
decide to do that?
I'm thinking about covering it.
Because
Deciding between that and Brian
I
Walsh
would
because they
hope
started at
somebody
the
would
same
do it for
time.
me. I'm a mother of 4.
So when you went and made that statement, you came to a conclusion in your mind that Steve Lawson must have been speaking about Crystal Rogers when he said that statement to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Remind me again, what was exactly the statement that he said to you?
That he had to take care of the girl. He had to more or less get rid of her.
More
I
or
mean, I
less.
asked several questions about how he was going to
Well,
take care of her, put her in
speculation.
rehab, what, because he was just mouthing off stuff.
Okay. Let me show you this document. You've seen it already, but I've underlined a sentence in there that I'd like you to draw your attention to.
Yeah,
Got it?
that's the same thing I just said.
Well,
Okay, we'll see about
maybe.
that. Read that statement to the jury.
I bet we don't get Proctor. Maybe
Stevie
we're not-
replied, I was talking to him, which is Brooks, about a girl I have to take care of that's on meth. And there are children involved.
Did you tell this jury anything about meth? You didn't, did you?
I
You
don't
you didn't say that. Would you agree with me?
Oh,
You didn't say
not.
it.
well,
Did you?
okay.
I don't know if I just said it or not, but yeah, that's what he said, was he was on meth.
He was taking care of a girl that was on meth,
We're
right?
going to do 2 jury.
Yeah,
We'll
but he
talk about
uttered
that
that
later.
out after I'd questioned him and questioned him.
Star that for
Down
later.
to it sounded like it was a bunch of bull.
A bunch of bull,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're presenting to this jury today a bunch of bull. Would you agree?
No, I agree that he is known around town to be
I-
full of bull.
Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Now, you would agree that your memory in 2015 is better than your memory today, right?
In 2015,
I
sure.
mean,
I was younger.
when you write things down in 2015, right?
Yeah.
About things that happened in 2015,
Oh.
that would be more accurate
Good to know.
than you coming in 10 years later and testifying about things that you just remember.
Well, if they listened to me back when I wrote this,
Right.
then we would already be here.
Really?
I tried
What do
to
you mean by
call
that?
because
Well, tell me what you mean.
they have something to do with it, all of them.
All of
They've
them.
already admitted to people they have stuff to do with it.
Ah, okay.
That's why we're here.
All right, and you're here to help us solve it, right? That's what you're here
Definitely.
for. You're here to help.
Definitely.
Okay. Do you watch docuseries?
On occasion.
Have you
Way
watched any about the
spicier in this
Crystal
one than
Rogers
the other
case?
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the past.
Okay. And as we sit here today, we don't know what happened to Crystal Rogers.
No, we
right?
don't.
We don't, do
No.
we? But you're going to help solve that, right?
Hopefully somebody will come forward and tell the truth.
Okay, and that's what I'm hoping too.
Okay.
Okay, that's really what I'm hoping.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, now read again the statement that's underlined there. What's that say?
Stevie replied, I was talking to him about a girl I have to take care of. that's on meth and there are children involved, which I didn't go into all of the detail.
Ma'am, to your knowledge, was Crystal Rogers ever on meth?
Not that I know of.
Thank you.
I've never heard it,
Oh,
but
just answer my question. The answer is no, correct?
he was given
But ma'am,
excuses
ma'am,
of why.
Judge,
Just answer the question.
No, not that I know of.
so your answer to my question is Crystal Rogers was never known to be on meth, correct?
Not that I know of.
Thank you. No additional questions.
Any redirects?
Oh boy, she definitely got a talking to before
Stacey, was
post
there any
trial.
docuseries that you know of back in July of 2015 or October of 2015 about Crystal Rogers?
Yes, but Stevie Lawson was not on it.
Okay. So he showed you your statement, so I'm going to show it to you too. Though.
Okay.
Can you go ahead? There's a starting here with I. I want you just to read it to yourself, okay?
Okay. Okay.
So after that July 5th, okay, the day she came up with, did you ever see Steve Lawson again on the job site?
No.
All right. And what you've told the jury here today, is that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And was it him talking about a woman with 5 kids?
Yes.
All right. And you said that you kept pressing him and he didn't make
Pressing
any.
him, and then that's when the meth came out. It was an excuse to take care of this girl.
Let's sustain the excuse part. You may recross. No further questions. Any questions from any jurors of this witness? May this witness be found excused, or is she subject to recall?
Subject to recall.
Ma'am, you're subject to recall.
I think
so
the
have to
state
remain
definitely
with
was
the
like,
case
hey,
is
when you
over.
testify in
You're
the
not
next
allowed to talk to
trial,
any witnesses about the case.
calm down a
okay?
bit.
Yes.
All right, make up.
Stacey's one
Call
of
your
the
next
few
witness.
witnesses I found
You may.
credible, but what she says doesn't really mean anything because it's just pure speculation on why they were in the car and what that statement
We're moving quicker than I
means.
thought we were. You know, this being out of town schedule, but it's hold on.
It's got time for a break anyway.
I just don't know who we got because I just set a set number each day and I don't know where we're at.
Flash fan, you should join our Discord server, the Courtyard.
15 minutes.
We have like case files, all that jazz, and we hang out and watch true crime stuff, but also
Jury,
other
we've been going for about
non-true
an hour,
crime
so
related
We're going to
stuff.
take a break till 11 a.m.
If you
The
like Big
same
Brother, so do we.
admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody attempts to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me. You're not to make up your mind about the case until you've heard all the evidence, got the instructions from the court, and gone to the jury room to deliberate and consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. You may go with the bailiff. We'll be back.
But thank you for letting me know about the Microsoft trial. Yeah, I put that on my docket for October, but that's okay. So they're going to have 2 juries like the Menendez brothers. That's always complicates things. I don't really like when they do that. It's confusing, I think. But I will be putting that. Yeah, if you like Big Brother.
It's in recess till 11.
We love Big Brother.
At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated.
Oh, and let us
Counsel
know what
waive
other
the call.
channels you
Yes.
help research
Call
for.
your next witness.
I love supporting other
You may.
creators and giving them shout outs. So just, let me know. What you got to say, Shane?
The witness is subject to recall. I need to tell them to stay here. They need to stay physically present in the courthouse the rest of the day, or if I can get a hold of them, is that good enough?
Is there a witness that needs to leave? Is that what you're saying?
Miss Chester needs to pick up her child.
I don't see us getting to the defense side of the case today. So.
No, I have no objection. That's what I'm saying. Is it okay if I tell both of them? I got numbers for them.
Yeah, they'll have to be back when the defense starts their side of the case.
Yes, sir.
Or we will, as you know, everything's subject to shift. Don't necessarily have them come back that day unless we ask you. Is that okay?
I can get a hold of them, is what I'm telling you.
You can text one of us and just confirm.
Oh,
if we need them.
Kelly,
That's why they don't.
that's your trial daddy right there. Hold on.
We have an affidavit prepared. It's just not notarized, so we'll give that to the court today. And if Your Honor's okay with it, just to expedite it, we can send an email with prosecutor CC to it.
That's so kind.
Just-
Yes, we do want it.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Chris is gonna go tell them, Patty, our victims advocates, tell them, and we'll get rolling.
Okay, Fran.
That gentleman there in the blue suit.
All right, Mr. Young, you ready to call your next witness?
Charlie Gurley.
Oh, geez.
Charlie Gardley.
Oh, it's Charlie, you guys. Buckle up. Buckle up for Charlie. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Come up forward, please. Keep on straight, coming up this way. There you go. Mr. Gardley, I need you to raise your right hand for me.
Turn your
Do
volume up,
you
y'all.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good luck trying to understand what he's saying.
You may have a seat right over there. Thank you. Please answer all questions asked.
I don't
of you.
think
Try
he
to
even
sit as
knows what he's
close to the
saying most of the
microphone
time.
as you
So we'll
can.
see how he does on this
Gurley,
one.
you gotta speak up a little bit, okay?
Charlie.
When you answer, just answer
Dave's
your-
favorite.
So, let's play, tell them those things.
Charlie Gurley,
And where did you grow up, Mr. Gurley?
Bardstown, Nelson County.
Okay. You lived there your whole life?
Yes, sir.
All right. And where are you currently employed?
Richie Riggs Construction,
What type of work do you do?
home remodeling, stuff like that.
Okay. And are you a convicted felon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you convicted of possession of methamphetamine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you a recovering addict?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you familiar with Brooks Houck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who's Brooks Houck to you?
This guy that I worked for a couple of years.
Okay. Were you working for him back in 2015?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do for Mr. Houck back in 2015?
Framed houses.
You framed houses?
Were you
Okay,
on
so are you a
copious
carpenter
amounts
by
of
trade?
meth?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, he was.
And are you familiar with Steve and Joseph Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who are they?
I met Joey through a cousin of mine when I was working with Gene Hatfield.
Okay. And is Joey Joseph Lawson?
Hatfield.
Okay. You met him when you were working
Oh, the
with
Kentucky
Gene Hatfield,
Hatfields,
is that correct?
of course.
Okay. And what about Steve?
I met Steve through Joey a little bit after that.
Okay. So how long would you say, how long would you say you've known him, like from today?
From today, probably 12, 15 years.
12, 15 years? Okay. Did they work for Mr. Houck as well?
I've known Joey that long. I've known Steve as long.
Huh?
I've known Joey 12, 15 years. I haven't known Steve as long.
Okay. Have you known him since at least 2015?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did they work for Brooks Houck as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know when they began working for him?
The first time I seen him was in late May of
Okay.
2015.
The both of them?
Yeah, they were doing yard work and everything, dressing up the yards and everything.
Okay. What were they doing that with?
My skidster.
A skid steer? Bobcat? Some people call it a skid loader?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Make sure you talk to the jury, okay, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
So you think you started seeing them back in May of 2015, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you see them every day at work?
No.
Okay.
I just see him here and there. I mean,
Okay. Were they doing something? We talked with there was a witness before, talked about building houses. There's different stages, correct?
right.
And different tradesmen will come in during different stages.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? Were you framing houses? Were you on the front end?
What do you mean on the front?
On the front end, were you
Yeah,
one of
we-
the first persons
Yes.
working on houses? Okay. All right. And dressing up yards and stuff like they were doing, would that be later on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you wouldn't necessarily interact with them every day?
No.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with Crystal Rogers?
Seen her
Oh, okay.
a couple of times. She
I
brought
think I
some
know
drinks
Okay.
down on the job site.
who that
Are
is.
you aware that she was the significant other of Brooks Houck?
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure.
And you've seen her once or twice bring out drinks, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar
I'm gonna
with
look it up
Rosemary
now
Houck?
so I remember
Yes,
Bit
sir.
later.
I met her once or
to
twice.
check them
Okay.
out.
And who is she?
Brooks' mother.
Brooks's mother? All right. So I want to talk about July 4th weekend of that year, okay, 2015. All right.
Okay.
Do you remember that week?
Somewhat.
Okay. It's been a while ago, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember
Oh, I think I found her.
Steve, the defendant in this case, Steve Lawson, talking to you about a conversation he had with Brooks Houck.
I said something about Brooks was wanted to get rid of Crystal. He said he wasn't the man that I was, and I just kind of laughed about it as a joke and went on.
Oh, you
He
guys
said he
were in
wasn't
the
the man
Buddy
you was, and you kind of laughed
Broderick
about it.
trial.
Yeah, and we went on.
And then went on. Was anything else ever said about it?
No.
Okay. Were there any comments made about that week about Crystal's car?
Joey said something about he buried it with his sister. They never found it.
Okay. Do you remember that Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have some interaction with Joey and Steve on that Friday, the 3rd?
Yes, I saw that. I've never seen that trial.
Okay. And
I'll have to check it out. Thank you for sharing. I'll be sure to subscribe with her on my
did you ever go to a bar with her?
Personal account.
Went to 62 South with Joey, and Steve was already up there.
Okay. All right. Did you and Joey went anywhere else?
After we left the bar, went to my house, and I got cleaned up because I hadn't had a shower yet.
Okay.
Then we went to, I guess, Joey and Steve's, and Steve went home to take a shower, and we picked Steve up and went back to the bar.
Okay. Did you and Joey go anywhere else prior? Where did Joey pick you up at?
At Newground's house, pre-party that I was at.
And where did y'all go after that?
I went and got some
Here is the
from the dope man.
link for
And after that,
Alternate Jurors YouTube if anybody cares to go over there and subscribe and show her some love.
Okay. Did Joey get anything?
Yeah, Brooks threw Joey a set of keys, and
Brooks threw Joey a set of keys?
Yeah, and Joey said he had to work on Crystal's car, put brakes and rotors all around it.
Okay. And after y'all left there, is that when you went and got a shower?
Yeah.
Okay.
We went and picked Steve up.
Where'd y'all pick Steve up?
For like what, 2 years?
Trailer on Thompson Hill Road.
Okay. And where's that at? Thompson Hill Road.
That's Nelson County. I mean, right off 523.
Is it north or south of Bardstown?
It's kind of a northwest. I guess.
Northwest? Okay. Okay.
Everybody
and
be like
did you see anything when you picked Steve up?
Crystal's car was in the driveway.
Also thinking about you today, Kelly.
Brakes and rotors on it.
Okay. Did you think anything about it at the time?
No.
Okay. And then where did you go after that?
We went back to the bar, and then I got in the car with my daughter and went back to the pre-party.
Okay. Now, did you talk to? No. Okay, hang on. Let's think about it.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Charlie, you've been interviewed before, right?
Yes.
Okay, you were interviewed back in 2015 or 2016 with the Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any more questions?
Did you tell them any of this?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there a reason why?
I didn't want nothing to do with this case, so just wanted to get away from it. Didn't want to get added in or get in any kind of trouble for something I hadn't done.
Okay. And you talked to the FBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them anything about this?
Nope.
Okay. Did you talk to the Kentucky State Police?
Yes, sir.
I will
Did
keep
you
that.
tell them anything about it?
We're the same way.
Okay. And when was that?
Everyone knows.
2023.
Okay. Yeah. Judge, I don't have any further questions this time, Mr. Gerber.
Any cross?
Hi, Mr. Gerber.
No, it's your guy, Kelly.
Do you have a few questions for you?
No, it's
Shouldn't be
not.
many, all right?
It's the other guy.
So, my understanding and reviewing of the evidence in this case, you were asked back in 2015 about the stuff that you just testified to this jury, right? About
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about it in 2016 as well?
I think it was 2016 when I was asked about it. That was the first time that they had talked to me.
Okay, all right. And you told them nothing about what you've told this jury today, is that correct?
No, sir. Yes, sir, it's correct.
Okay, and let me ask you this. Before you came into this courtroom, did you speak with any of the people over at the council table?
No.
Have you spoken to them before testifying today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when did you talk to them?
Last time I talked to any of them was, I think, a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, and did you talk to them about what you were going to testify to today?
They said a little bit about it.
They told you the questions they were going to ask you, right?
Yes, sir.
Did they show you any documents?
No, sir.
No? Okay. They gave you a preview of what they were going to ask you today, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would you agree with me back in 2015, which is what you're testifying about things that happened in 2015, right?
Right.
Would you agree with me that 2015, your memory was better than your memory is about those events? Your memory back then was better than it is today?
Yes.
You would agree with me that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, Kelly.
So how is it that you come to this jury today and are able to tell them specifically the things that you told them if your memory would have faded over that amount of time?
Because when they locked me up for absconding, they just kept asking me questions and I was just answering.
Really? Okay. Who locked you up for absconding?
Kentucky State Police.
Okay. And absconding, of course, tell the jurors what absconding
Absconding is taking off from probation, pro board, and not going back to your pro officer.
Okay. And so when did this happen? When did you abscond?
He's facing 2023 going
Okay. And in
to prison.
2023, when you absconded, did the marshals get you or was it Kentucky State? Who got you?
The marshals and the Kentucky State Police were both there.
Were they the ones that affected your arrest? Were they the ones that arrested you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know.
And
I think this
they
is
didn't
the
take you
first
straight to
trial.
jail?
No, sir.
Where'd they take you?
They brought me over to Hardin County
Really? Where'd they take you in Hardin County?
to I'm not sure what building it was or whatever.
Okay.
Nice.
And what did they ask you?
They asked a question about the case.
Okay. So did you answer their questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like today, was your memory better in 2015 than it was in 2023?
I mean, it was, but yeah.
Okay.
Really barely.
So do you know, had you absconded? Let me ask that.
Oh,
Had
look
you
at that.
actually
You've been a
absconded?
member for a whole year.
Okay. And after you
Thank you.
had a
Lizzie.
discussion, then it sounds like in Hardin County, do you remember who you spoke with by chance in Hardin County? Do you remember if it was any of the detectives or anyone directly involved in this case?
It was Luckett and Hardin.
Okay. So Detective Luckett.
Oh, feel free to put the link for your Discord in our
And do you recall the basically
general
your
Discord
conversation
chat.
with him?
I'll allow it. We usually don't
No,
allow that,
I
but
mean,
I'm giving you.
it's mainly about this case, but I couldn't say
You can't
this
even
case.
remember that conversation in 2023,
I
let
mean,
alone your conversation in 2015, right?
I mean, it was about this case. They were asking me questions about it, but other than that.
But you can't remember that. You can't tell these jurors what you talked to them about in 2023, right? Because you just don't remember.
No, I remember. I mean, it was about this case, but I
But you
can't
don't
tell
remember
you.
the
I can't
specifics.
tell you question for question how they, as they went.
I understand
But I do know we talked about this case.
that. Exactly. So generally speaking, you talked about the case, but you don't have specifics, right? I'm not
No.
trying to trick you up. I'm just asking.
No.
Okay. So you don't have specifics today about what you talked to those folks about in 2023, correct?
Talked to them about what I testified about this.
Okay. Now, during your conversations with any of the people in 2023, did they ever indicate that if you didn't cooperate with them, that you would be in trouble further?
No.
They didn't? Okay. And as far as your statement that you've made to this jury about, you said that Steve Lawson made a statement to you about a discussion he had with Brooks, correct? Remember that?
Yes.
You just said
Yes.
it. Okay, you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, that statement was, where's the effect of, Steve told you that Brooks asked him to get rid of somebody, and Steve said, I'm not your man. Go talk to Charlie.
Yeah, he said Brooks wants to get rid of Crystal, and he said, I told him, I'm not your man. Go talk to Charlie. And I just kind of laughed it off and walked off.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you remember specifically, you just used the term Crystal. Did he specifically say, did this gentleman here specifically say to you that Brooks wanted to get rid of Crystal?
He said his old lady.
He said who?
His old lady.
His old lady. So he didn't use the word Crystal.
No.
Never seen the Rodney King one. I mean, I'm familiar, of course, but never saw it.
And Steve told you that his response to Brooks was, you got the wrong guy.
You got the wrong guy. Go talk to Charles. All right.
Very good. Now, back in 2015, well, let me ask you, do you have a history with drugs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And back in 2015, were you on drugs?
Yes, sir.
What was your choice of drug back in 2015?
Cocaine.
Cocaine? Were you using cocaine at the time that
Yes,
this conversation with Mr. Lawson took place? You just
Uh,
talked about
yes.
it. You just talked about a statement that Mr.
Yes,
Lawson
sir.
made, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was on a job site, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you on cocaine at the time that statement was made to you?
More than likely, yes.
More than
I was.
likely. Okay. Were you a regular drug user back then?
Yes, sir.
How often a day do you think you would use, I guess at that time, cocaine?
Probably 3 or 4 times a week.
3 or 4 times a week? Okay. Do you think that the use of cocaine did anything to better your memory of that event?
No.
Probably the opposite, right? You don't remember things as well when you're on drugs. Would you agree?
Probably.
Okay. What other drugs were you using back then?
Alcohol.
Alcohol? So you were mixing cocaine and alcohol back in 2015?
Yes, sir.
And as you sit here in front of the court today, are you clean?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been clean?
Since 2023.
Since
Since I
2020?
got locked up for absconding.
Okay. All right. Were you using drugs consistently between 2015 and 2023 when you stopped
Yes,
using drugs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Besides cocaine, did you use any other drugs during that time period?
Meth.
Meth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gurley.
Any redirect?
Just brief. Charlie, have you ever had anybody else tell you that somebody wanted to get rid of or kill someone?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
That's something that stick with you?
Yes, sir.
What other questions?
Okay. Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be found excused or is he subject to recall?
Excuse me.
If you're excused, you may go, Mr. Gurley. You want to approach? Come on up.
I'm going to apologize to the court. I'm out of witnesses. I had 6 or 7 witnesses scheduled for today because I don't know, you don't know how long all this is going to go. I'm getting some more here this afternoon. I think we'll have 3 here this afternoon. So,
I'm going to thank you, quite frankly. That's great. I'm ready for a break. So if
You go ahead and tell them to have a lunch break. What time do you have your witnesses here?
Was that for Charlie?
I'm about to one. Is it okay with everybody?
that's fine with us.
I'll tell you one thing, since I've been watching this trial, I feel a few of these microphones. I never had to deal with that.
That's
in
a
the trial.
cumbersome
I
thing.
don't understand why the sound is so bad. It's amazing how because when you don't have it on, I can barely hear you your last question.
So when we do have it on, you can hear us when it's on.
I have a hard time hearing Shane when it's not on because his back's to me, I think. But I'm able to hear you. You're saying.
And Shane doesn't know how microphones work.
Because it seemed to me that when he directed me to start wearing it, that he was worried about people in the back of the court hearing it. And it to me was a bit cumbersome. I'm used to it now, but
I'm used to it. I don't remember turning it off.
Let me get the jury to tell me to take a 1 o'clock lunch break.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Brent will go off the record.
Well, in Brooks' trial, they play Charlie's like
We are moving at a
interrogation.
quicker pace than anticipated, so we're going to take an early
And
lunch break today. We're gonna
their
be back
expert
at
witness
1
was like,
o'clock.
Charlie's is like one of the most coerced interviews, interrogation.
The same
I
inhibitions
think
remain
they
in
said what,
place.
like
Do not discuss this
351
case
like
among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with
check
you.
marks
Anybody
of like
attempts to discuss this case
how
with
they
you,
broke
I need
the
you
read
to be
technique or
respectful
something.
with
I forget what they called
You're
it
not to try to
exactly,
make up
but
your mind about the case if you've heard all the evidence. You've considered the instructions from the court, and you've gone to the jury room to deliberate and consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case.
And I didn't
Again,
hear him
there's
say where
no
he picked the
research
keys
or
up from this
no
time either.
Any type of research about the case.
I don't think
or
he was,
communication about the case. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Nice beard. See, I thought so, Kelly. Also, I don't know why they put him in a red shirt. Not a good idea.
Court's in recess till 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Okay, and now they're back from lunch. Oh, this is going to be hard when we have to watch Donna in real time. And we don't get to just skip all that. Don't have to come up with stuff to talk about during the breaks. Or I put peer pressure on my friends to come on.
Everyone may be seated. Thank you.
That's why we don't get Danny Singleton again. Oh, he is rough.
There we go.
Come on.
All 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Counsel waived the call.
Yes, wait.
Call your next witness.
Tim O'Daniel. Tim O'Daniel.
Tim O'Daniel.
Nope. He is law enforcement. I think for Louisville Metro.
So if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat right over there, please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Young, proceed when you're ready.
Yes. Tim, introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please.
I'm Tim O'Daniel
Okay, and where are you employed?
with the Louisville Metro Police Department.
Okay, do you live in Louisville?
I live in a county outside of Louisville.
Okay.
It is the best.
And tell me a little bit about your work background.
I began my career in 2010 with the Louisville Metro Police Department. From there, I run the LMPD First Division. That was approximately 5 years. Went from there to the Housing Authority Unit, and then from there, I went to Missing Persons and Homicide for approximately 5 or 6 years.
Were you actual homicide detective?
I was, yeah.
All right.
Hey,
And
Joe. Good
tell me, do you have
morning.
prior
Afternoon. Good
I
afternoon.
do. I was in the
to you.
Marines,
Okay. And how long were you in the Marines?
approximately 6 years.
All right. And you just don't go be a police officer, do they? Did you have to go to an academy or?
Yes, I went to the LMPD, the Louisville Metro Police Department's Academy for approximately 6 months.
Okay. And do you have any specific training as it relates to cell analysis?
Yes, I have over 500 hours of cell training, cell-specific training from the carriers, from the AT&Ts, the T-Mobiles, and Verizons, from tools used for cellular analysis, from academics, and then from other government agencies, the FBI and the Secret Service.
Okay. And currently, what unit do you work in?
I created and I work in the digital forensics unit with the Louisville Metro Police Department.
When did you create the unit?
Well, I was doing it as an ancillary job while I was
Sometimes
with.
they show them.
While I was in homicide,
I
I
don't
saw
know.
the need for cell site analysis and
There you
the
go.
need for cell phone extractions. And so I did it kind of as a part-time job as a homicide detective. And then in 2021, it was formally named, it was named a formal unit, and we created it from there.
Okay. So up until then, you were being a homicide detective, right? And then you were, did you have an active caseload?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you were doing this kind of on the side, the forensic stuff. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
All right. And then in 2021, you created that unit.
I don't know what their
That became
rules
part
are
of
there
LMPD,
about
correct?
that.
Yes.
But with the way they had the
The,
in-ear cameras, I think we wouldn't have seen much either.
What is cellular analysis?
Essentially, it's taking
I don't know if they can opt out.
like a
in
beefed up
Kentucky,
version of your cell phone records.
though. They can in
Looking
Ohio.
at an event, call, text, data usage, and placing it on a map, seeing what cell site a device was using or a phone was using during a specific time and in a specific or a general location.
how do you use that? You said you started when you're in homicide, correct?
That's correct.
How do you use that as a police officer? How does it help you, or how does it help homicide, or how does it help you in investigations?
It's sort of like taking a time machine and going back and looking where a device was that's associated with a specific person. So essentially, we use the cell phone number to see what tower and what sector phone was connected to during a specific time.
And have you used this in investigations?
Yeah, probably thousands of investigations.
What different types of investigations?
The majority of what we do is violent crime. We do some property crime, but yeah, most of it's, I think the biggest majority of our load is probably robbery, homicide, robbery and homicide. Probably.
So currently, is this all you do?
Yeah, this and other related duties, but it's all focused with the cell phone.
On digital stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes, I have.
In state court?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you estimate?
Just a handful of times, 2 or 3 times.
Okay. And have you been recognized as an expert in state court?
Yes.
Okay. And did you bring your resume with you?
I did.
Okay. I think I have a copy here. I'll show it to you. Would you take a look at that?
That's it.
That's it? That's it. Make sure. Huh? I'm sorry. Yeah, we can do that.
Oh, Daryl Brooks. What a wild trial that one was, right? I like to watch trials as a hobby too. I watched a bunch of old ones before, but my first YouTube one was.
I'm going to, for the record, object to that. I think he
Howard
can talk
House.
about his resume and he can tell us what's on his resume, but I don't think the jury gets a copy of the actual resume. It's similar to bolstering of a witness when their credibility is not at issue.
Did the jury get Burgess's CV?
I'm just trying to show what training and experience he's had to show that he's qualified. to do it.
He did.
Yeah, I did.
He did. And I'm good with that. He laid the appropriate foundation for it, and I'm totally fine with that. But
Don't even get me started on that trial, Michael.
I don't think is required and or allowable.
I'll sustain the objection by allowing you to go through everybody.
No, I don't want to call that. That's okay.
Thank you.
I got strong opinions about them letting them do that. Others with me in Ohio also think it was a bunch of BS.
So I'm looking at
Some
your
of them
resume
are
here,
out.
and it's 7 pages, approximately.
Yes.
That's right. Okay.
Especially
and
the
I'm looking
defendants.
at probably where you've given testimony in 20 cases.
Yes.
And training-wise, you've been to training since your awards and recognitions go on and on for 3 pages. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you also look at part of analyzing cell phone data and cell phone records? Are they called call detail records?
Yes, that's more of a law enforcement term, but it's call detail records.
Okay. And do you use these records in your job? I think you've already answered that question, but it's on my list. So I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, I use these records almost every day.
Okay. And what type of records do cell phone carriers keep?
So when you press send or call or use a data session on your phone, the record companies will generate that information. And if you think of it kind of like historical, used to be where you had to pay for your minutes and pay for your text messages. You don't do that really anymore, but that part of the cellular carrier's information is still the same. So when you press send or send a text message or make a call or use a data session, the carriers will maintain that information. So you generate a record and then they maintain those records and the cell site where the call or text or data usage was.
And you're able to determine a general location or a general area where someone was based on that. Is that correct?
Yes, a general location only.
Okay. And how are you associated with this case?
In 2021, I was asked by the U.S. Attorney's Office to take a look at some records, and then formally asked in 2022 by Kentucky State Police.
Okay. And did you receive any call detail records for 502-492-1390?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is that subscriber information for that on one Steve Lawson?
There was subscriber information.
Yes, and was it Steve Lawson?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. What cell company is associated with that number?
AT&T.
All right. And did AT&T strike that? What all information did you receive in the call detail records on Steve Lawson?
Okay. Yeah, kind of like I was saying earlier, you see the date and time a call or a text or a data session was made, the date and time, the device information, and most importantly, when it comes to analysis, is the cell tower that was used during that communication.
Okay.
Oh no.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what factors are used to determine which cell phone tower are used to make or send calls or text messages?
Yeah, as your phone is sitting there in your pocket or on the table, or when you, it is creating what's called it's creating a list of the towers with the clearest and best signal. It's not necessarily the towers that are closest to you, but it is creating a list of those towers. And so when you decide to send a text message or make a call, it knows the tower that has the clearest and best signal.
Okay, and did you determine that, make a determination over what towers are being used by that phone number? The phone number we talked about?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, did you create a report?
Yes,
okay.
I created a report based on those call detail records.
Okay, do you have that report with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can I see it? All right.
And that trial probably did a lot to a lot of people's plans.
One second.
But I hear the civil trial probably will be televised too. The Karen Reed for the wrongful death lawsuit that the O'Keefe's filed. But I think Bev is now the judge for Chat. She got moved conveniently to civil court now or something like that. I don't think I have.
So my understanding is that Mr. Young plans on going through that report with the investigator, which of course I think is completely appropriate for him to go through the report. My only question is, or my only issue is, I don't think the report itself gets introduced into evidence. And I think Mr. Young plans on introducing it into evidence as a whole. I think that they get to see it on the screen, and I think that they get to take notes on it and he can explain it. But I don't think the entire report comes in. It's like we don't introduce things that we put on the screen unless it's independently admissible. I don't think the report's independently admissible.
Let me see what you got on this.
Yeah, him and Eliza Little, I think, both signed up to do her civil case. I'm not familiar with that McDonald's case. I'll have to look into it, Flash fan. It just happened recently, yeah? Oops.
What I'm going to do at this point is reserve until I've heard his testimony. Present your testimony. To me, this is extra proof that I think would be allowed to come to the police report. This is photographs and showing explanations of how this is done. But I need to hear the whole testimony before I can determine whether the whole report comes in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Reserving at this time.
Yes, sounds good. Thank you.
Tim, did you prepare this report?
Yes.
Okay, and is it also in a digital format?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does it fairly and accurately represent your report?
Yes, it does.
And did you actually bring the digital copy with you today?
I did, yes.
Okay, and Judge, I would like to publish that to the jury. On the screen. While they're visiting, I can put that.
Sure, explain it. Yes, I'll allow that.
Yes. All right, so you can, if you want to go to this TV, you can talk to that TV like a weatherman. Okay. And they have a TV over there they can look at. Okay. Just stand up. You can sit up.
Oh gosh, they're doing this Amber or blue light cancellation thing again. It's so awful. Annoying.
Okay. This is a report that I prepared for phone number 502-492-1394. I'm sorry, 1390. It's associated with Mr. Steve Lawson. In 2022, I was requested by Kentucky State Police to assist with the investigation into the disappearance of Crystal Rogers. The investigation identified a possible suspect as being Stephen Lawson, who was determined to be using AT&T cellular phone number 502-492-1390 at the time of the crime. Essentially, what we do is kind of like what I was saying earlier. We have a when you place a call or send a text message or use data sessions, so your apps are using data sessions, your phone generates a list of the tower with the best and clearest signal. Your phone will then choose that tower to make a communication with. So, for example, if we're looking at a cell tower or a cell site, which is what it says here, if your phone chooses this tower, AT&T will log that information of the phone call or the text message or the data session and generate that generate that record and then maintain that record. And then also maintain the cell site that was used. We're able to see, the carriers also will give us the GPS location and of that cell site. So we're able to take that information and look at where a phone, the general area of where a phone was at a specific time based on the location of a cell phone, or I'm sorry, a cell site. In addition to providing the cell site, they will also provide what's called the cell sector. So in order to optimize their cell sites and their cell towers, they'll provide 360 degrees of coverage for cell phones, and they'll divide that most of the time into 3 sectors. So in this case, you have sector 1 being 0, sector 2 being 120, and sector 3 being 240. So not only do they give us the cell site location, but they give us the sector that's being used and where that sector faces or where that antenna faces. We do, the Louisville Metro Police Department alone does hundreds of cases a year for call detail records. So we can do it by hand, but we use a tool that will help us with mapping that information. And what it does is it looks like this. And so here's the cell site location, and then this is the sector that is being used. Now that shaded area is just showing the direction of that sector and not the actual coverage area of that sector. This is an example of the call detail records that were used in this analysis. If you move from left to right, you can see that on 7/4/2015 at 7/12/28, this is a data session. This is in UTC. So when we receive the records, a detective will write a search warrant, or in this time, a subpoena, and we'll get that information back from AT&T. AT&T does hundreds of thousands of these cases a year, so their standard format is the UTC, or Zulu time, or Prime Meridian time. We will convert it into Eastern time, depending on the time of year. It's -4 or -5. And so if you look at just this one on July 4, 2015, at 7/12, so we subtract 4, that would be 3/12/28. This number had a data session for 27 minutes and 25 seconds. These are the bytes and call information, or call information, and then the IMEI and the IMSI. If you think of an IMEI as like the VIN number on your car, this is specific to the actual device that we are analyzing. And then the IMSI is the driver's license of the person utilizing that device. So the IMEI, the equipment ID, IMSI, the subscriber ID, the make and model of the phone, and then the cell phone location. And that's the location area code and the cell ID, the geographical location of the cell site, and then the sector that was used.
I got a question.
Yes.
So you mentioned it was a data session, right?
Yes.
Is there a difference between a data session and like a text session or a call session?
Yeah. So on the data session, this is like an app using something, but on a call session, you'll see instead of bytes up and bytes down, you'll see calls. You'll see the phone number that was being called or calling the target phone number, and likewise with the text messages. As of June 2015, these are all the AT&T cell sites in the area of Bardstown, Kentucky. Not only, as an AT&T subscriber, your phone will only choose AT&T cell sites. And these are the cell sites that were in the area. So I was asked to look at specific dates and specific times in this analysis. This is the, if we're working from top to bottom and left to right, the historical cell site analysis, that's our target phone number, the 1390 on July 3rd, 2015 at 11:06 p.m. Eastern Time. I was given specific locations important to the case. The 62 South Bar, 143 Sycamore Springs, and then Demery Drive. And this is an incoming call. So this phone associated with Mr. Lawson received a call from 8088, this 8088 number. Again, here's the cell tower and then the direction of the sector. This is the raw data.
That's the raw data that allowed you to plot that on the map.
Yes. Again, July 3rd, 2015, 11:06 through 11:56. The activity on the phone, which you'll see here, is multiple cell antennas, but essentially still using that same cell site and then a cell site down there. So we're at 11:06, 11:50, 11:51, and then 11:53 down there at the bottom.
And is that the data that corresponds with
Yes.
those with that?
Okay. So for 1390 on July 3rd, 2015, 11:50 to 11:53 outgoing calls. Again, raw data. On July 4th, from 12:01 a.m. to 12:29 a.m., the device is using cell sites. If you're looking at this, you want to go from right to left. It's using cell sites from north to south and right to
I'm
left.
curious to see if Steve's lawyers
I was
will.
given the general
I
area
guess
of
what
where the
Brooks did
caller
about
location was.
Brooks' lawyers did.
And does that go back one? Is this the area right here that you were given when the car was located?
Yes, yes, you can see it. I'm sorry, it's down there on the orange.
And is this the map? So is this the Bluegrass Parkway right here?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
From 12:01 to 12:07, an incoming call from 8088 at 11:06 p.m., an outgoing call at 12:01 a.m., an incoming call at 12:03 a.m. From 8088, and then an outgoing call at 12:07 to 2789. In addition to AT&T records, I was also provided Google location records for a Gmail, Brooks W. Houck 1@gmail.com. Google is separate from the cellular carriers where they will provide a GPS point, like a specific point, and then they'll give you a margin of error of where they believe the phone to be. So a lot of times what you'll see is it'll show a pinpoint and then a shaded area around that pinpoint. And Google believes it to be somewhere in that shaded area. So I was asked
Stevens,
to
and then those
specifically
two
look
are
at
the only Brooks
1390
ones.
and brookswhouck@gmail.com on July 4th, 2015 from 1206
It's
to 1208.
the exact same slideshow that they used for
1390 at 1207:45 makes an outgoing call to 2789. It's 502-349-2789 for 15 seconds.
Well, you found us again.
In that same general time frame, the device associated with brookswhouck1@gmail.com is at 1206, it's right here, and then 1208, it's right here.
Is that the Bardstown exit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you receive any Google data for 139, for the defendant's phone?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ask for it?
No, but
Was it asked for? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Again, this is a blown up version of that with a more precise picture of what I was talking about, the pinpointed and the shaded area, which is that margin
Hi,
of error.
Dave.
from
I
Google.
hope you have a wonderful rest of the day.
Again, the
Sure,
1207 a.m.
check.
outgoing call to
Probably gonna be spicy after that.
and then
ceremony.
the 1208.
Must act as a dumb
it's-
after all.
So 1207, 1208, and then the brookswhouck1@gmail.com in the area of Model Kentucky Home. Campground. Continuing, there's at July 4th, 2015 at 12:18 a.m. There's a data session in the area of 31 and then the Bluegrass Parkway. And then the device uses cell sites westbound. So, you'll see these aren't typical of what I was just talking about in that wedge shape or that pie shape. These are data sessions from the AT&T records. AT&T did not record the sector that was used during that time. So when that communication was generated, it did not record the sector that was used during that time. So essentially what we can map is it was just using that cell tower, and that's how that's shown there. And so it's 12:18. If you're moving from right to left, it's 12:18, 12:24, 12:25, and then 12:25 there.
But didn't they
And
show
that's
the
area of
sector
the,
in Brooks
the
Drive?
general area of our car wash. Again, the raw data.
Oh, then right there they are.
In order out of caution, so not only does AT&T maintain those CDRs or those call detail records or those historical cell site location information, they also maintain a national list. So we can look at the antenna that was used during that specific time and where it points. This one, like I said earlier, had a sector of points 0, so points north in this area.
Ew,
So from
no.
12:18 to 12:25, essentially the same data, except now the sectors are being shown there. And again, 12:30 through 12:45, moving
got my last
from
peach mango
west
on
to
the
east
fridge.
and then south to north. And it's tough to see. It's 12:25:41 there, 12:29, 12:30, 12:30, 12:31, and again 12:31. And again, so this, they didn't record, AT&T did not record the sector that was being used during that specific time. So I mapped the tower locations. And then I went to the national list and I got the actual sectors of that were being utilized during that time. And you can see that there.
Can you say that for a second?
Yeah.
So you were telling earlier, you were stating to the devil's jury that these wedges, 120 degrees, I think, right?
Yes.
That it's not, that really doesn't define what the coverage is. It's just a general area. Is that correct?
Yeah, so essentially the way that we map it, so cell towers have 360 degrees of coverage. Typically, they're divided into 3 sectors. So the scientific community that does this cell site analysis, us, the FBI, and the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, will show you to map it at 120 degrees. So 360 divided by 3 is 120. Their cell coverage does not stop at 120 degrees. It could possibly be off to the side, and it could possibly be around. If you think about if you're sitting in a dark room and flick a flashlight on,
Is that trial available?
the main focus of that energy of that light is going to be down the center, and then as you move your way off to the sides.
Or
It's gonna
just
be
like,
dimmer.
is the full trial available, or
You are gonna
just like
still get
opening and closing?
some
and stuff?
light off to the side, off the left and right side, and possibly behind you.
So this V here would indicate the main beam, correct?
Yes.
And then, but you could have lead over on the sides.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Again, 1232 through 1243, 1233, 1232, 1233, and then 1243.
Oh, it's on court TV. Oh,
Then
thank you,
at
Flash.
108 through 221 a.m. There's an incoming call from 1640, an incoming text from 1640 in the area. This is
2007. Oh, that beats it.
and then an incoming
Llama
text
player.
from 1640 at 135, which is 29. I was asked to get further analyze the records through about 10 a.m. that day.
Wow.
So the device associated with 1390 at 3:12 a.m. is in the area of Bardstown, and then begins using cell sites north. At 3:24, there was an incoming text message in the Samuels area, and then I was provided an address of Thompson Hill Road that was significant to the case. And at 5:24, the device is using a cell tower in the area of Thompson Hill Road. This is a more zoomed in picture of that. Again, Bardstown at 3:24 in the area of Samuels, and then Thompson Hill Road at 5:24 for raw data, and then 5:24 up top, and then 6:24 and 6:46 down in the area of Bardstown. And this is just, again, with that that cell site that's being used right there, going to the national list, and then the incoming text message. And then 6:46 through 8:37 a.m. on July 4th.
Oh, it worked, Angie. For those of you that don't know, YouTube has changed everybody's handles.
So the device begins using
For some reason,
somewhere the same cell sites as it did earlier at 8:37 a.m.
The mods can tell you how to change
It's
them.
down in the area of Bardstown, at 10:30 in the area of Samuels, 10:28 and 10:33 in the area of, on the map it says High Grove, it's Thompson Hill Road, and then at 10:27, we're receiving an incoming call using that cell site. And again, down 10:33, 10:34, 11:45, 11:47, sorry, 10:33, 10:34, 11:45, 11:47, 12:20, 12:25.
Yes, Juju. I don't know why it's like that
In
today,
addition
but it
to
is.
the actual CDRs, AT&T will provide subscriber information, so the user on the, and this is straight from their records for Mr. Stephen E. Lawson of 143 Sycamore Springs in Bardstown.
So you can go ahead and grab a seat, Tim. I generally want to cover. So what you're telling ladies and gentlemen, the jury is the analysis uncovered the defendant traveled east to west on the Bluegrass Parkway, or near the Bluegrass, in the area of the Bluegrass Parkway.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Or after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then it traveled back in the area, back to Bardstown to the Bluegrass Parkway. That shortly it went down and then come back. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then later that night, the phone had traveled up into the area of Thompson Hill Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and we talked about you'd be given an interest point of where her car was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did it appear that the car traveled down that far, generally in the general area, and then back?
The car?
Not the car, the phone.
Oh, yeah. So you can see that the phone moves from east to west in the area of the Bluegrass Parkway near the car, and then moves from west to east.
Any cross?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Oh, Kelly.
It wasn't on. Pardon me, Detective. I
if this is on. I don't believe it is.
Yeah.
It's okay. Can you hear me, Detective?
I can hear you.
Okay. Detective, I know this is to no fault of yours, but you had stated earlier you became involved in this case in 2022.
Yes.
And that was at the request of the Kentucky State Police.
Yes, sir.
And again, totally out of your control. That's when you were asked to get involved in this case, but you acknowledge that was 7 years removed from the alleged disappearance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not the alleged disappearance. The disappearance of Miss Rogers, July the 3rd, 2015.
10 months.
Do you agree as it relates to, and you'll have to forgive me if I'm using the wrong terminology here, feel free to correct me, but as it relates to data sessions, isn't it true that AT&T warns that data sessions aren't always user initiated?
Some are. If you go, can I flip back?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So during this time, I think that's it. So during this time, on data sessions only, and this is from my training and from the FBI's training, that data sessions are the initial cell tower is the most reliable of the data sessions. And I think that's what you get at. Also, what happens when you're on the phone, I drove from Louisville today. I'm not still on the cell site. My phone isn't still using a cell site in Louisville. It's using the cell site as I came down 6 and 5. What you'll see there are what's called handoffs. Now, during this time, these were decisions made by the network, and so they aren't made by the phone, right? So what we do is map and analyze data made by the phone. AT&T has since corrected this information, and now they're more reliable. However, during this time, all that can I get up? You're on.
Certainly, I certainly.
All this information here is highlighted just to show that that's what I used, but I didn't use the bottom part. It was just that initial data session.
And from what I understood from your testimony on direct examination, data sessions are more like application-generated activity versus calls and text.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And calls and text obviously would be user-initiated, right?
Yes.
Dogs.
And just to clarify one point, I believe you alluded to this on direct examination as well, that the tower data, it's not a question of your work in this case as to identifying which towers the phones hit off of, for lack of a better term, but you agreed, and I believe you testified to this effect, that the tower, this is not a perfect science in the sense that the phone itself doesn't necessarily connect to the closest tower, but the tower that has the best connection with. Is that accurate?
Yeah, let me, if I can explain.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so this science, and I guess what you're trying to talk about is, no, I can never specifically pinpoint where a device is. What I can say is that in previous cases, I found missing children, I found fugitives, I found guns, I found phones on the sides of highways using this data, using cell phone technology. These are decisions that are made by the phone. Your phone will not always connect to the tower that is closest to you. So if you're sitting in an office building and there is a tower that's a half mile away, but the signal has to fight through two different walls of concrete and rebar, and then there's another tower wide open straight to you that's a mile away, it's most likely going to connect to the tower that's a mile away.
Okay. And so it's fair to say then that it's not definitively accurate to say exactly where somebody was based upon their cell phone data.
I wouldn't say that. I would say it's again, I can't pinpoint where someone is, but I can say the general area.
Okay. Well, that answers my question. I think it's a better way to characterize. You can't specifically pinpoint somebody's location, but you can ascertain the general area that they might have been.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Okay. And that's not based upon the individual. That's based upon their device.
That's only based on the device. Yes.
Right. And you would agree that you're not tracking people, you're tracking devices. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think last thing, Detective, you mentioned earlier on direct examination that you did acquire an extraction of Mr. Houck, Brooks Houck's Google history, correct, for his Gmail account?
It wasn't an extraction. It was, I assume, gained through pursuant to a search warrant or a subpoena.
Okay. Was that something that you initiated? Like, did you submit a request for a search warrant with an affidavit, or was that a different entity that requested that?
I think that was a different agency. It wasn't.
Okay, so that information was just provided you pursuant to another agency's request.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And you also testified that although Mr. Houck's Google history was requested, it's your understanding, certainly wasn't given to you, that Mr. Stephen Lawson's Google history was not requested.
Yes, that's I don't know if it was requested or not. It wasn't provided to me. However, there is not all devices are collecting the Google information. You have to be a Google user, right? So using one of Google's apps with the location services turned on. So you can essentially be a Google user and then not have location services turned on, and then that information isn't collected by Google.
With that being said, do you know whether Mr. Lawson was a Google user?
I don't. No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to answer that question. If in fact Mr. Lawson had been a Google user, do you think that information could have been helpful to you for your investigation, for your portion of your work?
Well, yes. I guess if everything aligned where he was a Google user with location services turned on and a search warrant was provided to Google before anything happened to that data, yes.
Okay, certainly helpful for your work as it relates to Brooks Houck, correct?
Yeah. The information used for Brooks Houck was the Google records, correct?
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor. That's all I have, Detective. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Just a little bit. So if somebody leaves their phone intentionally in an address, and travels without, the Google location history track that?
No, if someone leaves their phone at an address, Google location will have the phone. If they're a Google user and they have their location services turned on, it will show that the device is at the address.
And part of what you took into your analysis was you're familiar with statements that Steve Lawson has made about where he was. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And was that on the Bluegrass Parkway?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further recross?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions
It's
from jurors?
wild because Brooks' attorneys
For what we had reserved.
spent like hours with this guy showing that the data clearly Steve was probably traveling on what's that road? Dixon? Nope. Whatever that top road is to find the car. They like didn't even
24 was sustained. Haven't used that.
We haven't used 24 yet? Okay, then I'll use.
and they've only been his lawyers for 8 months, but
At this point, I'm going to find that would be very helpful to a jury. There's no way they could remember all of the things that have been played up there being scientific in nature. So the court's going to allow the full objection.
Yes, sir. This is 24.
24. Yes,
I love fried shrimp with flash. We're going to be besties.
Next, and how long that's going to be, just from a timing standpoint. We're getting close to an hour, and
It's Melissa. She'll be a minute.
Oh, Melissa Dover.
long minute.
Yeah.
Right. So just she's going to be on there for a while. I wonder if maybe we should take a break. Just because the only reason I'm saying that is we just got through some stuff that I don't take this the wrong way. It's kind of my norm. It's kind of boring. And I'm thinking that maybe to catch them back up, we let everybody get up and stretch for a minute.
So your next
Would you be okay with that?
It'll take a little bit, Judge. And it's not the most thrilling testimony.
Right.
Okay.
Sir.
So they're going to do another quick break.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, next witness is going to take a little longer, so we're going to go ahead and take about a 10-minute break here. Do you have a question you wish to ask? Okay, I've got several that have questions, so yes, we'll allow you to ask those questions. We still have the witness here in the room.
Questions. Girl, we love food here too. Snacks and food all over the time.
First question is, did we establish the 1290 number traveled to Impala location or not?
Impala. Oh, gotcha. I know he's talking.
So I think he can answer that. The answer is it's in the general area.
Yes.
The answer is going to be
yes.
Impala location?
Well, it's their car. She drove an Impala.
Right. So what was the question again? Now that
did we establish 1290 number traveled to Impala location or not? It's what the jury needs to know.
Mm-mm.
As long as the response is, I think he answered.
No, I agree. We would
I
have to
think the
object.
answer needed to be
I agree.
a longer answer than yes or no.
I agree.
Thank you. Next question. One of the maps showed 3 towers with the sectors directed away from the Bluegrass Parkway. Could you explain where that would indicate his position?
That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So,
question.
so just so we're clear then, on the one question,
You're the first one.
the Impala
Actually,
question, are you just gonna, I assume you're not gonna ask that question, right? Are you gonna ask that?
Well, welcome.
Because, all right, because kind of what you
We're
said,
all
it
dudes.
sounds to me like that's gonna be a longer.
It won't be a yes or no answer.
Exactly. So given that, are you gonna get
I'll
up there
let
and,
the judge ask. He can
and then you'll
explain.
direct him at that point? Like if,
He can just
I'm
explain.
just gonna
Sorry, that's a Keenan and Kel joke. I am wearing my Nickelodeon shirt
Darren's
today,
point is to say
so.
there's a follow-up question that needs to be asked as a result of his
Okay,
answer.
attorneys are going to be allowed to get
Yeah,
follow-ups.
I think he's gonna say, can I explain? That's what he's gonna say.
all right, very good.
All right, we have a couple questions from jurors. The first question is, did we establish 1290 number traveled to Impala location or not?
I can't say specifically that it was at a specific location. What I can say is it used a cell site in the general area of where the car was found. Right, so can I?
On my shirt? No, there's no Dora on here. This is like
This is the
90s.
device
We got
using those cell towers back, but
Arnold,
yes, you can see.
Rugrats, Cat Dog. Rocco, I think, is somewhere in here. There he is. Rocco's Modern Life was my fave.
Uses the cell site here, here, and here. And this is around 1225, 1224, 1225. This is the area of the car, and this is the cell site that it's using here.
Forgot.
And then again, 1225, 1229, 1230, 1230, and then 1231. So essentially it comes west, then east. This is the area of the car, the general area of the car, and these are the cell sites that are used during that time.
The next question is, one of the maps showed 3 towers with the sectors directed away from Bluegrass Parkway. Could you explain where that would indicate his position?
Nope, not that one. That one.
This right here, I think is what they're talking about. So again, when the records were generated, the AT&T didn't capture the actual sector that was being used. I went to AT&T's national list. So AT&T keeps a list of every cell site they have, the specific location of that cell site, and then the sector that's being used by a certain antenna. When the records say this specific antenna was being used, I looked up which way the antenna pointed. The antenna is, I think, like 350 here, but 0 and 0 here. So
this is problematic.
If the cell tower is here and providing 360 degrees of coverage, it's somewhere in this 120, but it could bleed over just a little bit here and then a little bit in the back.
This area.
This area is very rural and very hilly. And so a lot of times, or sometimes, cell sites or radio frequency will bounce off hills because it can't go through it. Without a definitive drive test scan, you can't really say where the specific coverage area of a specific antenna is.
Let me see, counsel at the bench. I have another question that's been asked.
But Steve's ex-girlfriend who shared a car that he had, she took it back, and up here where my little mouser is where that car was. And so from Brooks, they were like, oh, he traveled from over here.
Can travel that fast, right? So only the vehicle explains the change of location, not a human walking, for example. Not a question.
That's an observation that he can bring up or she can bring up in when they're deliberating.
I'll sustain the objection on this because it's really not a question. It's more of a statement. Okay, Fran.
Good.
Right. That question will be inadmissible. Any other questions from jurors? Any redirect?
I do. Just a couple. Tim, come on down here. So I'm just asking you if it's possible, okay? Based on, even though these are pointed north, and you said this is hilly and that we're dealing with radio frequencies, right?
Yes.
So if you have a hilly terrain, the radio frequencies don't go through the hills, they'll sometimes curve around them. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, and they'll refract and go different ways. That in situations like downtown Louisville with buildings.
Okay. So is it possible that the person was on the bluegrass?
There are no buildings.
It could be possible.
Okay. All right. And this is several miles in between here and here, right?
Yes.
All right. You're not saying someone's walking this way, correct?
No, I mean, I think, but if you're looking at time and over distance, you would be almost impossible.
Okay. Okay. The person could drive it then.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else from jurors? Any other questions? All right. Tell you what, at this point, we're going to take a break. Let's see, it's 1:51. We'll start back in about 15 minutes. The same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you.
Brooks attorneys did a lot more with that information for a trial that Steve wasn't even in than honestly both the state and his lawyers. So that's interesting. Well, he's not at like a prison yet. He should be in the place where they do all their assessment and then they send them off to a prison. Usually it's like 30 days.
Court is in recess until 2:05.
Yeah, at least that's how it works here in Ohio. And I feel like they talked about that when we listened to the jail phone calls. Whew. Sorry, you guys, for the stretching and the yawns. Like we call it CRC here. I don't know what they call it in Kentucky, but it's like where all the people sentenced to prison go first, and then they get dispersed to different prisons with different security status. And
all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Yes.
Call your next witness, Mr. Young. Ms. Young.
Melissa Dover.
Ms. Dover.
well,
Yes.
they say those
Melissa Dover.
D8s do have caffeine in them, but it's like 80 milligrams. I haven't opened it yet.
Okay, Shane showed me how to use the mic, so I'm not sure about that.
Ma'am, if you'll come forward, please. That's good. Right there. If you'll raise your right hand for me.
That is true.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. If you have a seat right over there, please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Ms. Young, proceed when you're ready.
And
Can you
Ivy.
introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Melissa Dover,
And where are you employed?
Elizabethtown Police Department.
Yes, I
And
am.
what is your position with the Elizabethtown Police Department?
I'm a crime and intelligence analyst.
Okay, what is a crime and intelligence analyst?
Okay. I help identify crime trends, patterns. I work closely with officers and detectives in going through large amounts of data, and some of those might be cell phone records or Celebrate records, social media, so on and so forth.
So you take in that job, you take a lot of information and try to make it easy for somebody
exactly.
to look at or to digest.
Yes.
Okay. And were you given some materials in this case involving Stephen Lawson?
Yes.
All right. And were you asked to create some reports for the jury based off those materials?
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing I want to do is establish some of the phone numbers and some of the phone records you were given.
Okay.
So.
I have to get my glasses.
Can you look at those and tell me what those are?
These are subscriber information on cell phone records or cell phone numbers.
Okay. And Commonwealth would move to introduce Commonwealth Exhibit 25. We're not going to publish it to the jury right now. I'm just going to have Ms. Silver go through those.
Any objection to 25? We approach. You may.
It has been silent. Well, what is everything sealed? Probably. Considering, you know.
Have you seen
allegations?
So I think she stated they were subscriber information. Is that what she stated?
That's the subscriber information for Bluegrass that they send on the first page of the Bluegrass record.
But that first page there looks to me like a computer printout of some sort. Is that an official
It was a
document from
certified
somebody?
copy.
Or?
It's a certified copy. If you want me to have her tell you that they were certified records, I have the certifications if they need to go through that.
I'm going to need a foundation so they can certify.
Okay.
Or
do you want me to introduce the certifications, or do you want me just to note that they have been certified?
Well, I guess I'm unclear. And it's just because you and I didn't talk in enough detail, and I apologize for that. I'm not trying to catch you off guard.
No, you're not.
I just want to know, like, and can I hold this for a second?
Sure.
Just so the judge can see what we're talking about. I'm just not sure what generated that. Did she generate that,
No,
or did this?
Bluegrass comes in a digital format. That's the first page of the digital format to show who the subscriber is. Those Bluegrass records you got that were certified, that's the first page.
Okay. All right. Then I think if you laid the foundation, I wouldn't have an objection at that point.
Okay. Foundation.
Oh, isn't it so annoying?
So the records that you received that I just showed you, are all those records certified?
Yes.
Okay. And let's look at the first record. And that record shows subscriber information. What carrier is that from?
This is Bluegrass.
And how was that information received? Was it in a digital format?
Oh, yes. It's in digital format.
And so does Bluegrass have a differing way that they represent the subscriber information that comes in a digital format?
Yes.
So it will be the first item that's on that digital file.
Correct.
And is that a true and accurate copy of that first page showing the subscriber information from Bluegrass Cellular?
Yes.
All right. Now, let me see, the next record that you have there in that exhibit, what is that?
It's subscriber information from AT&T.
And whose record does that show?
This one is Tammy Lawson.
All right. And was that record certified when you received it?
Yes.
And that information was in the list of certification records showing the subscriber information, correct?
Yes.
And whose record is the third record that you have?
Stephen Lawson's.
And was that record also certified?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the subscriber information for that record?
Yes.
Judge, I move to introduce Commonwealth Exhibit 25.
The objection to 25. So 25 is introduced at this time.
All right, we're going to go through these numbers for Mark record. And I'm going to have you tell me whose numbers you have on those subscriber records and what the number is.
Okay. The first one is going to be Brooks Houck. And it's going to be
That's a squeaky thing.
502.
Is there a bird in there?
2789.
Oh, she must be writing something down on dry
What's
erase
the
board.
next record you have?
Next is Tammy Lawson's.
No paper pad this time. I thought it was a bird.
Okay.
And hers is 502. 550. 1604.
Man, that's a squeaky one. Okay.
And the next one is Stephen Lawson's. His phone number is 502.
So that's annoying.
492 1390.
It does sound like a bird. Now we know why they switched to paper pads.
Okay.
And,
And those were the records that we actually
second
had subscriber information for that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also asked to look at a Celebrite download of Steve Lawson's phone.
Yes.
Okay. And what were you also, when you looked at the Celebrite download, were you asked to try to determine who a subscriber with the phone number of 270-312-8088 was?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything on that phone that indicated to you who that subscriber might be?
Yes, ma'am.
oh, Itsy.
Okay. I'm going to show you this. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a report from Celebrite Record.
Okay.
And
And are those reports related to you trying to determine what the 270-312-8088 number was?
yes, ma'am. From
Okay.
text messages.
And are those true and accurate reports that you read?
Happy you
Yes.
found us, Flash.
Judge, at this time, I move to introduce.
Enjoy taking your
Commonwealth
dog for a
Exhibit
walk.
26.
We'll
Any
be here
objection to 26?
tomorrow,
Any approach
same time.
you made?
And you know how to find us on Discord now.
Oh.
I don't know what we're looking at.
I know. What's that?
I don't know what we're looking at.
Yeah, I know.
We're
She's got
looking
it.
at this. I'm sorry.
So I guess the question I have is that piece of the extraction report has text messages on it.
That's what tells her what 8088 is.
Right, but there's been no foundation laid, as far as I can tell, talking about anything on the extraction report related to text messages or anything like that. It's just been the extraction reports, and it seems to me like we need to know exactly what we're looking at before we admit that into evidence.
Well, I was going to go through your text messages with her so that we can go ahead and.
We want to keep going and lay a foundation. We'll get to it here in a second.
Thank you.
Is that one? Okay. Can you tell me what these are?
They are text messages back and forth from Steve Lawson's Celebrite Records from a telephone number, 270-312-8088.
So they're text messages that contain communications between Steve Lawson's phone and the 270-312-8088 number?
Yes.
And do those text messages contain any communications that indicate who those messages may be with?
Yes.
Judge, I need to introduce Commonwealth Exhibit 26.
Any objection to 26? No. Okay, I'll show 26 is introduced at this time.
Let's see if I can run this on the TV. Melissa. You can keep those, so you have something to look at. Let me let everybody see it. Let me turn on the presentation.
Oh, I'm gonna have to take away my face. I think this lady's on for the rest of the afternoon. Third call.
I'll tell you that.
These people and technology, I swear. No, Juju, we have not figured out why the flashing numbers are there. It's on the court's feed, so I don't really know what it is. It's nothing to do with like watermarking or anything like that, because you can't really do that with court footage from the court, but I don't know. I mean, maybe it is. I don't think so.
Just plug in.
I don't know. I'm not the other one.
I got it all.
I think it's a my screen's blank up here. Let's see if we can try to replug everything in at this.
They're ridiculous.
Melissa, I'm gonna just have you go through those text messages, and if you could just say the date on the first set of messages you have, and then go through and read the to and from.
All right, the date is July 6th, 2015, about 8 a.m., 8:03 a.m. First message is going to be from the 312-8088 number, and it says K.
You may.
Michael says the flashing number is the number of jurors currently sleeping. How's the weather? I mean, it's been nice. I don't know. I didn't really go outside this weekend because I was watching Big Brother. It's been nice.
Text messages that are being exchanged, I believe, with Joey Lawson. But these are messages that are being conveyed back and forth between presumably Steve Lawson's phone and Joseph.
So you think that this is Joey Lawson's communications?
Yeah, I'm positive they are. And but for the fact that I believe where the Commonwealth's going, there's, as far as some of the latter text messages, we believe it's hearsay, given the fact that it's communication directly from Joey to Steve.
It's no different than a conversation two people are having. On a telephone, the entire telephone conversation, you can't just read one side of the conversation. You have to get both sides.
And there's no context for it. And he's saying words like son, boy. Those are the things that indicate who this is on the phone with him. That tells you what 270-312-80.
I can hardly hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
Sorry.
He's saying things like son and boy in response to him. You have to have context for the conversation, or you do not understand it. And I don't know which parts are hearsay, which parts of these are actual statements offered for the truth of the matter on these. The sons and the boys are coming from Steve.
Well, I think that the other issue I see is, does this witness have the appropriate knowledge and background to introduce these extraction reports through? She didn't prepare them. All she did was compile them for the police department. Did she prepare this report?
Everybody in the police department can make one of these.
Say that again?
Yes, she made this report. Everybody in the police, no, she did not make the download. That was off the 2016 download. But she did not do the extraction.
Right. And if she didn't do the extraction, then how can she get up here as a witness and tell us what is written in this report? It seems to me like the person that wrote the report, the person that extracted it, is the person that can lay the foundation.
So that
instead of calling just a person
that
at the
data's
police.
there for everywhere, for everyone. Jim O'Daniel didn't compile the data of the cell phone company. He's just taking that data and using it to make reports. That's exactly what this woman's doing. I can make a Celebrate report
Well,
Little Daniel's also qualified as an expert.
No, you don't have to be an expert to interpret the cell brine.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying that Tim O'Daniel was using other material from AT&T as comprehensive
No,
effort.
anybody can read the cell brine. I mean, it does not require an expert.
I can pull it up in the regular report method and we can go through the entire thing without her.
Anybody can read Celebrate. It doesn't take an expert.
It themselves. It wouldn't be hard.
I don't know about that shit.
Well, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what's going on here. These reports here, all right, they got it from the Cellbrite information, and then is this from the Cellbrite or is this something she prepared?
She prepared just the conversation that is relevant to the question.
But the text messages are derived from a cell brine extraction.
But she made this document.
Correct.
Yes.
Is what I'm following. Okay, so she made this document, and the first one here, this 8008088 number belongs to Joey Lawson, correct?
Well, we're trying to establish that, Judge, because that's what the purpose of the text messages is to do.
Okay. So I'm so confused now as to what was our objection and what point were we at?
I think it's a two-part objection. The first objection was hearsay because it's statements made by Joey Lawson, which we believe are being used under the guise of it's to establish the foundation that he's texting his son Joseph Lawson. I think they could introduce subscriber information for Joseph Lawson and show the text messages were made at a certain time, but the nature of the communication between the two is, I believe, being used for truth matter asserted. The second part is, as Mr. Wolf put it, that she's not a qualified witness to provide testimony about Cellbrite extracted data when there's somebody else who actually conducted the extraction.
Okay. My understanding is it Mr. O'Daniel? Is that who did the
I don't really understand why they're arguing about this.
Jamie
Brooks who testified.
Jamie Brooks.
That's the data's sitting there forever. I can go and put check marks next to the conversation that I want, and it will make one of these reports.
Okay. So he is this Cellbrite.
Yes.
Then she's taking the records from the Cellbrite and putting them into this report.
Condensing it into a more observable report.
So I think she clearly has grounds to talk about what's in the record. Now the question is whether or not there's a hearsay problem, because I guess the messages that say from would be from Joey, and the two would be
Steve sending in that.
Steve sending the two. Like Kay is Joey. I've already talked to Kat one at night while I was you.
That was from Steve.
So she took it, are you 100%? You talked to Kat for one. I don't even know what this means.
I think you have to get further down to get to the point.
And why do you think you all should be allowed to introduce Joey's, since his statements are an out-of-court statement that would typically be hearsay?
Judge, I don't know what is being offered for the truth of the matter. He says, lay down, love you, boy. Steve says, and Joey says, love you too. Are we offering the truth of the matter that Joey loves Steve?
Well, we know.
I guess, what are we trying to do?
We're just trying to establish 312-808 belongs to Joseph Lawson.
Well, we will stipulate to that. We can do a stipulation right now that that's who the phone number belongs to. Without bringing all these text messages in, we'll stipulate to that.
I mean, I think any text message that Steve made could be introduced, because that would be his statement.
It's really no different than a phone conversation. I mean, it's a typed out phone conversation. I mean, you have to introduce a conversation, like a telephone conversation, for example, or we just play the telephone conversation to give context to the whole conversation. The person's a party to the conversation, they're engaging in the conversation. They can either agree or disagree.
I guess earlier we took out all of Brooks's things and just played what Steve said in the telephone conversation. Brooks is here as a subject of cross-examination.
But it was not a conversation as far as...
I guess I don't understand why you want these text messages in if you're saying you're just trying to establish this is Joey's phone, because we're going to stipulate to that.
Then it doesn't matter.
Well, I can tell you at least one of these is Steve saying on July the 4th, Joey said, "What you doing?" Which is not hearsay in any way, shape, or form. It's a question.
So Steve says, "What are you doing?"
No, Joey says, "What are you doing?" And Steve replies,
Oh, yes.
"Same as you, just sitting around having a bad day."
I got
That's
one
July
start.
4th. And you have to have the context of the question in order to understand Steve's response.
So you're wanting the text messages in. You're not just wanting to establish that it's the phone.
Well, I have to do both, Judge. I mean, for them to be relevant and for the jury to understand who
They're not relevant.
8088 is, I have to get some of these in, but some of these are relevant as to actual communications, yes.
I guess I just don't see how it gets around that being hearsay. Is what I'm about to.
But, and I guess I don't understand how, hey, what you doing is hearsay.
It's an out-of-court statement.
But it's not often for the truth of the matter. It's a question. A question can't be, it's not a declaration. There's nothing, it can't be anything really. It's just a question. And his response.
There's nothing to these text messages, by the way, that they're arguing at all.
Everything that is being said by Joey is not being introduced here.
Nothing shocking, nothing like
for non-hearsay purpose. That's not being asserted as the matter being truthful.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So are we going to do all of the text messages then? Because if they're
I might go through each one, I guess, if we're going to.
Well, if they're seeking to just get the one in, then maybe we can fast track this and just go to that one.
There's two there at the end. I think you all had your stuff all messed up, so I can't tell you. It's not because the first set was just about establishing who 8088 is. Excuse me for just a second. I'll grab the other two.
Sorry.
I remember right, the text message is something like, "Oh, I'm having a bad day," but it was like, I want to say like July 17th or something like a couple weeks later. I don't understand why it's. Then it's Casey. I don't know. Doesn't make any sense to me.
That's why we're up here. I'm making productive. If you want to. I've got one more witness this afternoon.
Okay.
I have 3 or 4 tomorrow, but I'll be done by lunch.
Okay.
Yes, tomorrow the prosecution will rest, and the defense has.
How this is any different than Brooks saying, "Hey, what'd you call me about?" And he responds, "Here's what I thought you about." You have to have that in order to.
Is it just 2 that you're wanting to get in? I'm just trying to expedite this to move on.
Yes, sir. We can just deal with these 2, and if they're going to stipulate that 8088 is Joey's number, because then we're going to deal with.
Oh my gosh, you guys! I just realized it's 8088. Oh, Ben Brent.
So on this,
I thought it was 8008.
What?
Which we don't know what that means.
What is that?
Never mind.
What you doing?
Carry on.
What you doing? Okay. And in this one, he is saying.
I thought I was going to say boobs.
I'm going to talk in person. Who's saying that?
Well, that's true.
Steve.
Steve says we're talking in person. All he says is K. Okay, these are the 2.
Okay, so after further thought, and I apologize for moving the ship here. If those are coming in, then we actually would like, and it sounds like you're letting them in. The only thing we're willing to stipulate is the 8088 is Joseph Lawson. That's all we're willing to stipulate. If those are coming in, we objected, and it sounds like they're coming in. Does that sound right?
Well, I mean, I really.
Can you guys hear my neighbors in the yard?
I don't even know why we need Joey's response there. He's saying we'll talk in person. That no phone, no text, no surprises coming. I don't know why we need the response. Okay.
So then now we're just.
I'm just saying, if you want me to just exclude the response of K, I'm fine doing that. I mean, your client saying we'll talk in person, no phone, no text, no surprises coming. If you're objecting to that being hearsay.
Well, we are. Yeah.
And then we can be fine. I mean, I don't think it needs the response of K.
And then what's the other one?
The other one says, what are you doing? Same as you just sitting around here having a bad day.
Okay.
Who cares?
And then, Zach, you want to tell what you think as far as this?
Well, if we're isolating those two, those two are most concerning. So, and it doesn't give the jury full context of the rest of the communication. So if anything is coming in, our preference would be to just let it all in with the same admonition that it's just not being used for hearsay purposes. That's what the court's inclined to do.
So now we're back to wanting everything.
Well, I know
Yeah,
it sounds
so,
circular,
I know it does, but
it is not sort of an all or nothing request, though.
Right.
That's what they're saying. I get what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to isolate two messages taken out of context or in a narrow context without the broader context.
Right. So with the understanding, of course, it sounds like, and I want to just make the record clear for this, we object to any of this coming in, but it sounds like the court is overruling that and is going to.
Well, I was only going to allow in these two here.
Understood.
And one, I was willing to mark out the responsive K because and on this one here, I was going to tell them that what he's saying is hearsay. It's not to be considered the truth matter. Sorry, they can certainly consider the response of Mr. Lawson.
Right. So you were overruling our objection to keep that out. And so in response to that, it is our request now to include the entirety so that it gets context.
Okay, but let me again say, on this first one over here, I was sustaining your objection and taking out the response. Joey Lawson. So all that would be in there is your client's response. So it would be, I can't see anything that would be wrong with that. And this one here, I was going to, when I'm saying this one here, it's the one that says Y8 and WUD. I was going to allow that in, but tell the jury that it's not being for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just so they can understand why there's a response made by your client.
Understood. And since we objected to it in its entirety and it's coming in, what we're asking is for the entire document to come in now.
Okay.
And how that happens, we are at this point what Teresa was doing. Let her lay the foundation through this witness, although we don't think it's an appropriate witness to do it for. Let her lay the foundation, put them all in, market it as an exhibit, and
Are we saying put all the ones that have been created in the report here?
Yeah.
Whatever. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to begin by telling the jury there's a stipulation that telephone number 270-312-8088 belongs to Joey Lawson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Thank you.
And we're still gonna go through the son and boy ones and the dad? Is that what you're asking?
Do you want me to give an admonition as far as Joey Lawson?
Yes. Yes.
Please. You can turn off. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have a stipulation that telephone number 270-312-8088 is a phone of Joseph Joey Lawson. Okay, so there's been stipulated the phone number 270-312-8088 belongs to Joey Lawson. There are going to be some communications that may be introduced here shortly between Joey Lawson and Steve Lawson. Joey Lawson's response his texts are hearsay. You cannot consider anything that he has in his texts for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being allowed for a non-hearsay purpose, just so you can understand the responses given by the defendant in this case.
By the way, I have a giant hole in the butt of my pants. I'm glad I'm not going anywhere, but I'm also sad because it's one of my favorite pair of.
Now, from understanding what we're doing now, we're going to go back through all the text messages that we have. And Melissa, can you start and read the first set of text messages you have?
Yes, the first one again is 7/6/2015. It'll be from the 8088 number from Joey. It says K and Steve to Joey. It says, I've already talked to Captain 1 at night while I was with you, or while I was with you. From that number from Joey. So she took it. Are you 100%? From Steve. Well, then, I'm sorry.
Hot mess
When
over
you
here.
talked to Capital One and they said, from Joey, says, okay, thanks.
Wait, it's harsh.
To Joey, what do you mean? Okay, thanks. The from Joseph again for telling me she did it. And to me, well, son, I wouldn't lie to you about it. You know.
I'll get up on the screen too. You got the next one, please.
Next one is also in 7-6. It's later in the evening, 11:56 p.m. To Joey, lay down, boy, or lay down, love you, boy. And then from Joey, okay, love you too.
This is a couple days after, it looks like.
The next day, 7/7/2015, from Joey, was, what's up?
Was.
And to him, just working, son. What's cracking, brother? I know this WHA, well. Looking for the next one. It'll be July 10th. Be from Joey. Just let me know. To Joey. Your daddy's sleeping, or asleep. I'll call you when he gets up. From Joey, says okay. From him again. He wake you yet? And then to Joey, yeah, what's up? Next one is 7/12/2015.
Look at all this conspiring going on.
Sent to Joey. Says, what's up, boy? Never mind. WBU. I need you to call me, son, please. This is to Joey. What's your problem today, son? During an aggravate.
Now, as part of your review of the Celebrite, did you also isolate some text messages between Joey and Steve that you found to be potentially relevant to this case?
Yes.
Jen, do you want to say? Yes. Okay. Are those the reports that you created off those messages that you looked at on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, I think it's marked as a separate exhibit. Judge, I move to, and are those true and accurate copies of those reports created off Joseph Lawson, or off Steve Lawson's phone, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I move to introduce Commonwealth's Exhibit 27.
Any objection to 27?
Subject to the prior objection.
Was that the whole stack as an exhibit, or just 2 pages as an exhibit?
Well, it's still the 2 pages. Do I need to?
You were wanting the whole stack, right?
Well, we just went through those. You need me to remark them as the same exhibit?
You want them all as the same exhibit? They could all be the same exhibit.
All right. It's Commonwealth's 26, excuse me. There you go.
So 26 is introduced over objection.
Hang on one second. Let's look at those.
Oh, her crazy desktop.
You can see it. And I have to see what I'm doing. Okay. Looks all right. Okay. Do you want to read that first text message?
Yes, this is on 7/4/2015. It's from Steve to Joey. It says, yeah. I'm sorry, it's from Joey to Steve. Yeah, what are you doing? And then to Joey. Same as you, sitting around having a bad day.
And that was on 7/4/2015?
This, by the way, is there.
Okay. And what's the next text message that you have?
The next text message is 7/17.
Nothing burger.
Of 2015. To Joey. We'll talk in person. Nothing over the phone. No text. Little surprises coming. and from Joey K.
That's on the 17th, so a good 2 weeks. I mean, of course, he's going to be having a bad day on
So
the
will
4th
you
and somebody took his
also
car.
requested
So
to look at the Celebrate at the actual phone calls that were made on Steve Lawson's phone?
Yes.
And did you create a Celebrate report off of those phone calls? Just showing the phone calls
Yes.
that were made off Steve Lawson's phone. And because you had the cell phone records, did you also know when Steve Lawson started using that phone or started using that phone number?
Started using the 1390?
Yes.
It was in May 10th of 2015.
Okay. And so the period of time of the phone calls on the phone are not that lengthy, are they?
No.
Okay. This is the phone, just the phone calls, you know. Mm.
I don't know. All this phone data doesn't really mean a lot to me.
So let's talk. I think somebody's already talked about this for a second, but what is Celebrate? What does Celebrate do?
It's a digital software to extract data from a cell phone or a mobile device.
So like if you'd ever backed up your iPhone or something like that, does Celebrate kind of works like that?
Yes, it keeps it kind of grabs all the information that's off your phone.
Okay. So does it also manage to get the phone calls off there, like even like your phone log on your phone? Does it do
Yes.
anything like that?
Mhm.
Okay. And so did you create a report off of Steve Lawson's phone log? What was still on his phone on the Celebrate report?
Yes.
Judge, I move to introduce Commonwealth's Exhibit 28.
Any objection to 28?
Actually, it can maybe on 27.
You're on 27.
Sorry.
Any objection to 27? No,
Oh, look, this is what it looks like when you log into Celebrate. I don't think I've ever actually seen this before. Here, let me move my face.
Okay. I'm going to give you the maps. Okay. And what
Yes.
what date
Yes.
is that last phone call that's recorded on Steve Lawson's phone? I'm sorry, I can't even see this.
Yeah.
Sure.
She can take the microphone.
It's going to be 8:14 for the last call.
Okay. And could you just page down through those phone calls and show us what that Celebrate captured as far as phone calls are concerned?
It captures the same thing as usually your cell phone company pretty much would almost. It gets the phone numbers, the date, time, and
If you just keep paging down, Melissa, is there a point that, now, let me stop you right there. Well, what are those X's that are showing up on the Celebrate report?
the X's on a Celebrate report means it's data that's been deleted.
And so can Celebrate recapture some of the data that was on the phone?
Some of it, yes.
Does it recapture everything?
No, not everything.
So what is the first date that you can see that phone calls are, and let me ask you an additional question, Melissa. You don't know how those phone calls or anybody's phone call on a Celebrate report, Celebrate doesn't tell you how it got deleted, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay, so what's the first date that you see a deleted call on that phone?
The first date is 7/9/2015.
Okay, and just continue going down, are there additional deleted calls? And I'm gonna stop you again, go right back up if you don't mind.
Up to 7/9.
You can stop right there.
Okay.
Okay, do you see any differences in the dates on that deleted data? Is there any jumps in the dates on that deleted data on the phone?
Yes.
You can take that microphone with you, Melissa. Just wanted to make sure I was looking at it right.
7/3. It goes back to 7/3, and there's nothing past that date.
And when Cellbrite has the ability, you can run a phone, you can do all kinds of searches on Cellbrite, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you can put a phone number in there and see if that phone number comes up in what the Cellbrite captured. Is that correct? So if you put this number, this 502-349-2789, I don't think you can type there.
No.
Let me grab the computer. Oh, no.
He's typing it in.
Oh, sure. Just put in 2789, please.
Put my face back up here. It's interesting.
How many phone calls did Cellbrite capture off that phone made to that number?
Captured 1.
And was that phone call in the deleted calls on that phone?
It was.
Okay. You can close that. Now, were you also given cell phone records for Stephen Lawson?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And were those records certified?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go through those records and look for phone calls with the 502-349-2789 number?
Yes. I did.
And what is that document that you're holding?
Brooks number.
This is the AT&T returns from AT&T.
And have you reviewed those for the 2789 number?
Yes.
And did you mark the 2789 number on those records?
Yes.
And do they show more than the one deleted call that was picked up on the cell, right?
Yeah, it does.
Judge, I need to introduce and publish the Commonwealth Exhibit. What are we on? 28?
28.
28 at this time.
Any objection to 28?
No objection.
Answer 28 is introduced.
I'm gonna need, now that we've mentioned. Got it.
Now, what we learned about Celebrate in the Karen retrial was that a lot of the data that it gives isn't as straightforward as it thinks, and it's like up to the person's interpretation, which is not great. So many of us are like, oh, so it's not as solid as we've been led to believe in some of the other trials.
Did you review those records also for the 2789 number?
I did.
Did you mark those records for the 2789 number?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the records that you marked?
It
for
is.
that number? Judge, I'd move to introduce Commonwealth Exhibit 28. Are we on 29?
Any objection to 29?
There's something in my head, but there's
29 is introduced at this time.
So much for pre-marking stuff. Okay.
Yes, Thursday, 8 o'clock.
And are there calls on Tammy Lawson's phone to Brooks Houck's phone?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, that's new information. I don't recall that being brought up in Brooks. Was it? That Tammy Lawson also called and talked to Brooks? Well, her phone could have been Steve, I suppose.
Okay. I'm gonna show you that. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a report for the calls from July 3rd to July 4th involving the 8088 number between Tammy Lawson and Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson.
Okay. And did you create that report?
Yes.
And how did you create that report?
From the AT&T records.
Okay. And so did you just take the phone calls that were the records that were on the AT&T report and just put them on a report so that it's kind of like your job, so it could be something that people could look at and know what it is?
Yes.
So we
and did you also
bring up.
take the UTC time that we previously heard about in this case and notate what the local time was on that report?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I move to introduce Commonwealth's Exhibit 31.
What number?
30.
Objection to 30. Counselor 30 is introduced at this time.
No. No one put it on the screen. Actually, that's the other one. Sorry. All right. All right.
Oh.
Okay, what's the first call that you have on that phone?
What is this mess?
Can I see that? No. You have to not testify for memory.
The first call is from Joey to Steve Lawson. And it was at 11:06 p.m. on the 3rd.
And that, when you say 11:06, that green notes the time in Nelson County, correct?
Correct.
On that day, and that's on July the 3rd at 11:06 p.m.
Yes, July 3rd.
And does that call appear to have been answered?
No, it went to voicemail.
Okay. And what's the next call you have?
The next call was at 7/3/2015 at 11:07, and it was also from Joey, and this one was going to Tammy.
Okay. And was that answered?
No, it too went to voicemail.
Okay. Next call, please.
The next one was 7/3 at 11:54 p.m. from Joey to Steve. It also went to voicemail.
Okay. And the next call?
7/3, 11:55 p.m. And that's going to be from Joey to Tammy, and it also went to voicemail.
Okay. And what's the next call you have?
And the next call would be 7/4 at 12:01 a.m. And it's going to be from Steve to Joey.
And does that look like it was answered?
It could have been.
Okay.
It's kind of iffy on that one. The 06 seconds is not very long.
Okay. And what's the next call you have?
The next call was at 12:03 on 7/4, and it's from Joey to Steve, and that one was answered.
And how long was that phone call?
It was 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
And that was at 12:03?
12:03.
Okay. And what's the next call you have?
Next one is 7/4 at 12:07. It's going to be from Steve to Brooks Houck.
Okay. And how long is that call?
AT&T record shows it as 15 seconds.
Okay. And the next call you have?
The next one would be from Joey to Steve.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to ask you the time.
I'm sorry, at 12:43 on the 4th.
All right. And the next one?
The next one is it's from Tammy to Steve at 1:08 a.m. And that one was for 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
Okay. And then I think you We have one more.
Did I skip one?
Did we skip them?
No,
Okay.
I got two more. 7-4, 1:48 a.m. Goes from Tammy to Joey, and that is an 8-minute and 37-second phone call.
Okay. And what's the last phone call you had?
The next one is at 7:28 a.m. on the 4th, and it was from Joey to Steve, and that one went to voicemail.
For a lot of conspiring going on, they sure don't answer their phones.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Oh, thank God.
Eddie Cross.
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from any jurors? You'll write your question down, ma'am.
How are you guys feeling about their proving the charges? Steve is
Mr.
charged with
Counsel at the
conspiracy for murder and tampering with evidence. I'm not really seeing any new conspiring stuff that I find to be, credible and locked in. Which is not as
All right, the juror wants to know, in the records, was there a date of the deleted call between 502-492-1390 and 502-349-2789?
I think we asked her. I don't know if it knows
Yes.
it or not, to be honest with you. Don't know the answer to the question.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I believe it's a question that can be asked.
Can be asked. I don't know.
I don't know if she can answer. So
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, he'll testify, Wednesday? Day 4, I believe.
Right. In the records, was there a date of the deleted call between 502-492-1390 and 502-349-2789?
Was there a deleted date? Is that the question?
Was there a date of the deleted call?
There is, okay, I'm sorry, the date of the deleted call. The one that we saw from the number from the 2789 number to Steve Lawson on the 8th of July.
Okay,
It was for about 2 minutes, I believe.
Okay,
It
that
was a deleted call, but
there's no question.
we're asking, we can't tell when a phone call had been deleted, like if it'd been deleted,
That's the
5
question.
days prior or a week prior. There's no way of telling on Celebrate when that phone call was.
I think it's that blue light
Any redirect based upon that
filter or whatever.
Any
My phone does that and I hate it. It's garbage.
May this witness be found excused or she
So, Judge, I believe we just have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, he admits to being at the car and whatever, but
One question.
I have thoughts
Sorry,
on
let me
that.
get this microphone turned on. Ms. Dover, you just testified that the phone call to which a juror had asked about that was deleted, that the call itself appeared to have been made on July the 8th, and that was a call from, I believe you said Mr. Houck to Mr. Lawson's phone.
Yeah.
And you testified that you could not, the software Cellbrite doesn't tell you when the call is deleted.
Correct.
Okay. And I know that this was a limited report
Mhm.
that was provided in court today, but you reviewed the entire Cellbrite extraction, correct?
Yes.
You didn't yourself actually do the Cellbrite extraction, though, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay, somebody else did that.
Yes.
And when you reviewed the Cellbrite extraction, you agree that there were other deleted calls, correct?
Yes. So when you look at the AT&T bill, AT&T records, and you look at the Celebrate records together, several of those calls are gone. They're not on the Celebrate at all.
Okay. And I know we isolated that the question for you on direct examination was just to isolate any calls to 2789 number belonging to Mr. Houck, correct? But there was, I'm sorry, I'll let you answer.
I'm sorry. No, there was no numbers, no 2789 numbers except that came up as deleted, but that one on the 8th. Now, and you also heard Chris say sometimes it doesn't grab everything. It doesn't grab every deleted call. Sometimes it rewrites itself.
Okay.
So that's.
And that was only with respect to the 2789 number. No, that's the question I'm asking.
Oh, yes.
And I'm not sure if this is within your area of expertise or not, but I just asked the question. Do you know whether it's true or not that calls can be deleted on their own? That the phone itself can delete calls?
Yes, you don't know if it's a batch deletion or if somebody deleted it. You can't tell. Celebrite doesn't show you that.
Okay, and a batch deletion would be something automatically performed by the phone?
Correct.
Not necessarily by the user?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Which is a very good point. Because we did learn that after, what is it, like 200 calls or something?
I just want to explain what a batch deletion is. Okay.
Your phone will.
So if you have a batch deletion, could you explain it to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Do you know?
Batch deletion would be like if you have it set on your phone to delete text messages or calls in 30 days.
Okay. So did you look at the records?
Yes.
Were there other calls on the 8th?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So it was just that it wasn't a batch deletion. It was just that one call was deleted, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any further recross?
It's a good comeback for that.
Oh, Your Honor. Any other questions from jurors? May this witness be found excused?
Yes.
You're found excused. You may go. Thank you.
By the way, for True Crime and Wine Time, we are planning the rest of the year, like this week and next week. So if you guys have any cases you would like us to deep dive for our True Crime and Wine Time podcast, please submit them in this form because we would love to know about what you guys would like to hear and take some of your suggestions. So after camping here all night and chat. Well, thank you, ladies, for cleaning up the mess. What would we do without you?
Court's in recess for 15 minutes.
I like that guy's shirt. Oh. I think this is our last part for the day.
This time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel, waive the call. Call your next witness.
Shannon Burba.
Shannon Burba.
I thought he said Burgess, and I was like, holy shit. Nope. Nope. Everybody, it's fine. Fine.
And right there. You raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat right over there.
Oh, and I
Please
think it's
answer
a
all
lady,
questions
Shannon.
asked of you.
Shannon, would you go ahead and introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Shannon Burba,
All right. And where do you work at?
the Hardin County Commonwealth Attorney's Office.
Okay. And that's the office I work at too,
Yes.
right? All right. And what do you do there?
I am the grand jury coordinator.
Okay. And as part of your duties, do you record grand juries?
Yes.
Okay. And you mainly work at Hardin, correct?
Yes.
Although back in 2023, during the spring and fall of 2023,
I don't know how to spell
our office was working in Nelson County, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you the grand jury coordinator that was appointed to work on the special grand jury in Nelson County?
Yes.
Okay. And that run from March of 23 up to November of 23, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, did Steve Lawson appear in front of the grand jury?
He did.
Okay. How many times did he appear in front of the grand jury?
3 times.
Okay. Were those dates May 10th of 2023?
Yes.
June 14th of 2023?
Yes.
and September 20th of 2023.
Yes.
And were those recorded?
Yes, they were.
And did you make a copy of the grand jury recordings?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we get to hear the grand jury testimony, if I remember right.
What number was it? 31, I believe.
I know, right?
Shannon, I'm going to show you what's marked as compensated number 31. It's a flash drive. Is that what you place the recordings on?
Yes.
All right. And the recordings, it's not the entire recording, right? It's just select parts of the
Correct.
recording. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's some stuff that's not admissible, correct? Right. Judge, we moved. Is this a true and accurate copy of those grand jury?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I move to introduce the evidence constituted number 30.
Any objection to 31?
No, sir.
Okay, so 31 is introduced at this time.
And at this time, Judge, I'm going to ask to play the May 10th, 2023 recording grand jury hearing.
Oh, I hope we get to hear. It's Tammy, his ex-wife.
Yeah. What? Yes.
Can you raise your right hand? Are we on, I think we're recording the great policy. Are you recording?
Yeah,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and that?
It is? Okay. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you state your name for the record?
That's Stephen Eugene Lawson.
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand? Are we on, I think we're recording the great policy. Are you recording?
Yeah,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you state your name for the record?
That's Stephen Eugene Lawson.
Are you currently married?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who are you currently married to?
Rebecca Greer Payne.
And they are. Okay. And who have you previously been married to?
I was married to Tanya Yates, and I was married to Tammy Settles that has passed on.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Joseph Stephen Lee Allen Lawson. I apologize for the name.
And who else?
That's it?
David, I'm sorry.
No, Joseph Stephen Lee Allen Lawson. That's, I got one child.
And he goes by Joey. Is that-
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have any stepchildren?
Yes.
Who?
Angela, Ryan, and Elizabeth.
Okay. And was there also Elizabeth Chester?
Yes, sir. That would be her.
Okay. What about Lauren Beth?
Yes, sir. From a previous marriage. She's not a stepchild
They're
anymore.
not your biological children.
No, sir.
Have you ever met Crystal Rogers?
I met her today. Well, I met her when she was a little bitty. She was working Tommy at his house insulating. And I met her that day, the guy come over and took a pretty bad cussing over the grass.
All right. And that would have been when you were cleaning up a lot.
Yes. Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen about that interaction with Miss Rogers, your interaction with Miss Rogers, if you had any, and just about what happened that day with the grass.
Tell these people?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Before people, whatever you call it, I apologize.
Grand jurors.
Grand jurors, I apologize. He called, said I had a lot, clean off some lots. They was gonna fine him, I guess, because of the grass. He said he wanted straightened off. He said, you need to go from this point to that point and do it. So I did. He didn't tell me that it belonged to them other people. Then when other people called him, he showed up, mattering in a wet hen, cussed me in. I said, look, I've done just what you asked me to do. But I didn't, yes, sir, you did tell me to do that. And he got pretty angry with me. So I stayed and I scraped the dirt back the best that I could, my ability, and tried to fix up what I tore up. And I called him later and said, look, I got it done. And I did get it done. It was my fault. I tore it up, so it's my job to fix it as a man.
And you finished that day, right?
Yeah, I finished that later on that evening.
So-
It was pretty late, but yes, I finished it.
You had said that you met Crystal. Did you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that's when, right?
Yes, that'd be about the second time I've ever met the lady.
And tell them about how you met her that night.
Well, she was with me. That, I'm gonna say a baby, or a toddler, whatever you want to call it. Of course, I seen the baby. I looked at it like anybody would. Beautiful little child, as far as I'm concerned. And other than that, I don't know if she ever even said anything to me, to be honest.
Did she come with Brooks?
Yes.
Okay. What were they in?
Red, or maroon car. How's that?
When you've seen pictures of Miss Rogers' cars, had you since then?
Yes, sir. Well, yeah, I've seen her everywhere now.
Was
yes.
that the car they were in?
As far as I know, it looks like a car.
Okay, it looked like. Was she driving?
Best of my knowledge, yes.
Did she ever get out of the car?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. So when did you see the baby?
When Brooks got out, of course, I'll stop. I went up to him. That's what you're supposed to do politely. The baby was sitting in the back seat on like a passenger side.
Okay.
I looked at the baby, of course, and then he started in on a little bit of raising Cain. I'm not going to do that around a child.
Right.
It's time to walk away from the car here. If you want to cuss, rant, rave, you do it over here, not around the baby.
Right.
It's not cool.
What a gentleman.
Do you remember making a phone call around midnight on July 3rd to Brooks' house?
I recall that I did tell you. I stayed and I got it completely done. Then I called, told him I got it done. Yes, sir, I did.
So that would have been the day you got done, correct?
Yeah, I did get it done.
Which would have been the day that you just testified to that you finished up work that day, and that was the day Crystal and him were there, correct?
Yes, Crystal was there that day.
So the day Crystal was there, you would have finished up work on the lot.
Yes.
Correct? And you called him around. Tell me about when you got off work that day. What did you do? Joey was with you, right?
Well, we done a little drinking. I don't lie to anybody. Had a bad drinking problem. Don't anymore.
Did Joey ride with you? He usually rode with you.
Yeah, most of the time he would ride with me.
Now, Joey, was he living with you at the time?
He living pretty much wherever he wanted to, the same way he's still doing. So.
Would he stay there sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With you and Miss Lawson. Right?
Yes, sir. That's her name.
And do you remember when y'all got off work, where did you take Joey? Did he go home with you or?
Well, we rode around, got a little drinking, just like I said.
You all got off, rode around, done a little drinking?
Got a little drinking, this and that, yes.
What would you have been driving? What would you have been driving?
I don't remember if it was a Nissan or, I think it was a Nissan. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Would it be
Yes.
a car?
Yes, it would be an automobile.
And after y'all rode around, done some drinking, did Joey go home with you?
Chrysler 300?
No, I'm sure that I didn't take him back to Thompson Ridge.
And what's at Thompson Ridge?
That's where Mr. Thompson lived at. And he had,
Is that Jeremy?
yes, he had a old trailer up there. My son stayed at a
His
whole.
father lived up there too, right? David?
Yeah, that Mr. Thompson, yes.
I don't think so,
And
Kelly. I don't
was
think
Joey
it's like
living
this
up
board.
A lot of the time, yes.
Where was he? Was he staying in the trailer with Jeremy or?
Well, I don't know exactly where Jeremy was staying at. I just know Joey was staying there. I can't.
Jeremy had a trailer.
Yes, Jeremy did have a trailer.
Before you called Brooks Houck, you had just gotten off the phone with Joey. Do you remember that?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you remember what you and Joey had talked about?
It's been a long time ago, sir, no.
All right. And I think you previously given a statement, please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? That after you got off the phone with Brooks, you ended up on the Bluegrass Parkway, is that fair?
Yeah, about to have a fight with a few people, just to be honest with you.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how you ended up on the Bluegrass Parkway.
Well, so I had what I call an altercation with some gentlemen. We was chasing them down Bluegrass Parkway. Again, drinking when we shouldn't have been. And that's how we ended up on Bluegrass Parkway.
Okay. And
From here.
you all were on the Bluegrass.
I will never disagree with that.
And that was the night, that was after you got off the phone with Brooks that night, right? About getting paid?
Well, I didn't say nothing about pay. I told him that
Not getting paid.
I got the job, that I screwed up, and I got it done.
That was that night, correct?
Well, we'll agree with that.
You said you would agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, how well did Brooks know Tammy?
Not none, I don't reckon.
Okay. You don't think he knew her at all?
Not that I know of personally, no.
Did you ever call Brooks from Tammy's phone?
Not that I ever recall of, sir.
And you said you don't believe Tammy knew Brooks, correct?
I don't. Not that I ever recall that she ever knew. But I'm not gonna swear that I don't know who she all knows or not. I was never really ever around her home that much. I was always working. She can call her if she did.
So Shannon, after that May 10th, when was the next time he appeared? Was it June 14th?
June 14th.
Okay, in between that time, he'd been in died, is that correct?
That's correct.
So we'd like to play the June 14th. And you actually spoke to an attorney?
Yes, sir.
And you're waiving that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was on advice of counsel, correct?
Yes.
And I've actually met with your counsel as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I have just one area I want to cover with you just briefly. Okay?
Yes, sir.
There's been some testimony you gave, and actually during interviews you talked about it, as well as during an interview Brooks Houck had with John Snow, the detective at the sheriff's office, regarding a phone call that was placed right after midnight on July 4th, 2015. That phone call was to Brooks Houck, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was that phone call involved?
That phone call was to tell Brooks the car had been left.
All right, and was the phone call about the moving of the car?
Yes.
Okay, and did you call Brooks?
Yes.
And what did you say to Brooks? Did he answer the phone?
Yes.
And what did you say to Brooks?
Job is done.
And what did he say?
Okay.
All right, and you talked about moving his car. Whose car was
That
this?
would have been Miss Crystal Rogers.
Okay, and that car was moved out to around mile marker 14 on the Bluegrass Parkway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the car you were referring to in the conversation with Brooks Houck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he know that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the last time he appeared in front of the grand jury was September 20th of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And around this time, we'll play that testimony. Today is September 20th, 2023, we're testifying in the Nelson County Special Grand Jury relating to the disappearance of Crystal Rogers.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, Steve, you've introduced yourself before the grand jury, right?
I think so.
And you've been here before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so, do you remember a day back during that summer, somewhat close to Mr. Rogers' disappearance, where you all were working on the house where someone had put a hole in the driveway.
Yes, sir, sure did.
And that Brooks asked you to take a look at it
Yes, sir, he did.
and see how much it cost to fix.
This is correct.
And who all was there?
Me, Brooks, Joey, and Charlie was somewhere in the vicinity.
You say Charlie, you mean Charlie Gertley?
Charlie Gertley, sir.
And you say it was somewhere around, he wasn't directly.
He was not directly in there, no.
And did Brooks ask you for any help?
Yes, sir.
What did he ask you?
He asked me would I help him move a car.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
Told him yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know whose car it was that was going to be moved?
He said Crystal's.
Okay. And after that, did Brooks and Joey leave and go in the basement and talk?
Yeah, couple houses up, yes, sir.
Couple houses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And did Joey come back out?
Yes, sir.
Do you notice anything unusual about Joey?
Yes, sir, it did.
What was that?
He had, I'm gonna say $300 or $400 in his hand. I can't say precisely because I don't know.
And would that have been unusual for Joey to have that?
Very much so.
Which house did he
Did
say?
y'all
he was
say
at?
that work at that time was about paycheck to paycheck kind of work?
Yes, it was a little slow at that point in time.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, Crystal and Brooks, can you describe the nature of their relationship?
It's not very well. It wasn't very well at all.
Would you call it that they argued a lot?
Yes, sir. Very much so.
After this, did you have a conversation with Brooks about Crystal?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where that was?
Pleasant View or Valley View or something like that. Yeah, that's subdivision.
Okay.
Well, that's what.
And what was that conversation you all had?
He said he wanted his wife gone.
And what did you take that to mean?
To me, in my opinion, that means he wanted her deceased.
Okay. And what did you say anything?
I told him he's looking at the wrong person.
Okay. And did he ask you anything else?
He said, well, can you point me in the direction? I said, I can't point you. You got people that work for you, like Mr. Charlie Gertley.
Okay. And did you ever say anything to Charlie Gertley about?
Yes, I told Charlie what he said.
And what was Charlie's remark?
His remark was nothing. He giggled, thought it was funny.
And I want to talk specifically about July 3rd, okay? July 3rd, that was a Friday, all right?
Okay.
All right. And you and Joey were still working for Brooks, is that correct?
I do believe so.
Okay. And after you got off work that day, did you all go to the bar?
62 South, Barnger.
Okay. And were you aware you were going to go pick up a car at that time?
Yes, he done ask us to pick it up.
Okay. And when you were at the bar, were you there with Joey?
Yes, sir.
And did he ever leave?
Him and Charlie Gertley left.
Okay. And
Jerky.
do you know how long they were gone? Don't guess if you don't know.
No, maybe an hour. I don't know. Somewhere there, because I really don't know.
And did they ever come back?
Joey come back. I don't recall ever seeing Charlie come back.
And at some point, did you and Joey leave the bar?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of you all leaving the bar?
Pick up the car.
Pick up what car?
Crystal's car.
All right. Now, who had keys to Crystal's car?
I don't know if they was already in the car or if Joey had the car. I don't know.
All right. And where do you all go?
Back to the subdivision.
All right. You know the name of the subdivision?
Valley View.
Like Glenview?
Glenview, I'm sorry. It's Valley View.
And who drove?
Joey. I drove my car out there.
Okay, you drove?
I drove my own car out.
Did Joey ride with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Joey
so everybody's
rode.
telling the jury about what happened when you get to Glenview.
Got to Glenview, pulled up. Of course, I let him out.
Did you pull in Brooks's driveway?
No, I didn't make it that far. I just pulled up. Joey got out. I sort of back. I'm just going to say back up, made a U-turn or whatever you want to call it. I leave. I go back to the farm.
Farm is that?
That's Thompson Ridge.
What time?
Thompson's farm.
And is that the place that he's got two places up there? One with a trailer right on the road. There's one where.
I went to the farm itself. Yes, to the farm itself.
And you drop Joey off at Glenview, you go back to Thompson Hill Road.
Yes, sir.
Or Thompson Ridge.
Thompson Ridge, yes, sir.
And when's the next time you saw Joey?
I might have been there, I'm gonna say 10 minutes. I'm gonna go that route. All of a sudden, I see the car pulling up. He pulled
What car are
right,
you talking about?
Crystal's car. He pulled right past me, went between two trees, backed it up between two trees.
All right. And what happens after that?
It gets out, I mean, we had some words, I'm not gonna say any cuss words, and I told him, the effing car cannot stay on this man's property. So he gets back in the car, he takes back off. I'm thinking at that point in time that I think I went back to Denver. I'm not exactly for sure, but I think I did. Picked up phones or I went back to the bar one. It wasn't, I don't know, an hour, maybe less. Get a phone call. You gotta come to the Bluegrass Parkway and pick me up. I'm like, well, I don't even know where you at. So I take off driving down Bluegrass Parkway going toward E-Town. There's a little, I passed the car up, there's a, I don't know, turn off maybe 100 yards up above it, I don't know. I make a little U-turn, come back on the other side, headed back toward Bardstown. I get out of the vehicle, I walk across the road. I see the doors open, but dome light's not on there. It catches my eye. I'm like, what you doing? So he said, well, we gotta go. So I reached in there and I said, well, the seat's back too far. You've been driving the car. So I pulled the seat up.
Why would you do that?
Crystal wasn't a tall lady. She was
So
short.
you're trying to fix it to where it looked like Joey wasn't driving.
Yes, sir. He always packed a little slugger with him, no matter where he went. Yes, sir. And it was laid right here. You can see it. So he's always got it with him. It had a hook in it on the top. So I grabbed it and gave it back to him. Get back to the car. We drive off. I'm thinking I dropped him a 5-star. Just to be honest with you, he was picking up dope. That's what he was doing. At that point in time, I think I go back to my house.
All right, and then, so you go back to your house?
Yeah, I think I went back to my house.
Okay. So, somewhere in this, did you have a phone conversation with Brooks?
Yep.
And when was that in the sequence of events you just described?
I think coming back from the Bluegrass. I'm not sure, going to the Bluegrass.
Would it have been after Joey called you?
Yes, it would have been after that.
And would it have been right after Joey called you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, it would be.
Just based on your phone, the way your phone, they watched the video of your phone.
Okay.
After that phone call is when, with Brooks, is when you begin to move in.
Okay.
That's
correct.
Okay. And what was that phone call about again?
I told him the car was moved.
And did you have any other conversation? Brooks called you from the sheriff's department on July 1st.
This is correct, sir.
Prior to that, in between the phone call on July 3rd or 4th that night, and when he called you from the sheriff's office, did you and Brooks have another conversation?
Yes, sir.
What was that conversation?
I had previously, maybe I'm gonna say 2 weeks before that, I asked him for an apartment. He had rental properties. And he said he could use me asking for that. When he called me or I called him, he said, just ask for an apartment. I guess, what would you call it, code word?
Okay, so.
The witness is the lady that's in charge of the grand jury.
You're supposed to tell her, you were asked about the phone call, you're supposed to tell her that the phone call
Was about the apartment or a rental property.
Now, in this, did Brooks ever promise you anything?
Yes, sir, he did.
And what was that?
All of his work, sir.
Okay. All his drywall?
Yeah, every bit of his work. Yes, sir.
Didn't happen.
And all this is in Nelson County, Kentucky, right?
Yes.
Then the grand jury.
Yeah, so why now all of a sudden you want to tell us that you all did move the car when, you could have said that months, years ago to help Miss Ballard get some closure. I mean, she was not only suffering for her daughter, but then her husband.
Yes.
That would have helped a whole lot if you had come forward sooner.
I agree 110%, ma'am. But there again, like I said, I was about to escape myself into a crime.
But
And was that the last time that Steve Lawson testified in the grand jury?
Yes, it was.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Any cross? Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be found excused?
She may, Your Honor.
You're found excused. You may go. Let me see counsel at the bench.
I'm gonna probably re-listen to the grand jury stuff again later tonight because I have some questions.
If you hit the noise. All right, I assume that's your last witness for the day. Tomorrow, 8:30, okay to start this?
And did I hear you're anticipating closing tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll close tomorrow. I would say probably around lunch.
Okay.
That's a guess. I'm just, that's why we're stopping a little early days because I'm guessing.
Okay. When we let everybody go here, what I want to do is, we were at the bench a long time on those records, and there were two at one point that I proposed just putting those in. I'd like to make that part of the record so if any appellate court would know exactly what we were looking at.
Of course, yes, sir.
Because it would be somewhat confusing, I think, for them.
Don't forget the peach mango.
Remember that was 26.
26, yes. They're 26.
As far as the 2 pages are concerned, can we just number it Commonwealth's 50 and it's not published to the jury, it's not, it just remained in the record where that way they would know what we were talking about. I think, is that okay with everybody?
Fine with that.
Yes. Okay, so we'll just make it, if you could pick those 2 pages, that way they'll know.
Sure. If they're reviewing.
We're up here for 20 minutes talking about it.
Yes,
So,
yes, sir.
anything else we need to put on the record today? Okay. But as far as the instructions, anybody else?
He's certainly a character, that's for sure.
Judge, we'll get the affidavit to you today, Mr. Jim.
Oh, yeah, we need to get on that. Do you think, will you be able to do that without having us here to talk to you about it? If we submitted an affidavit to you, can you do what?
Subpoena showing he was served.
Okay, you can do whatever you need to do behind the scenes, and we don't need any further.
I'll contact the sheriff to see if go find him. Now, whether they find him or not, I don't know. So
Understood.
I hope you got an address for
Oh, yes.
Yeah. We'll have him picked up then.
Okay.
He works third shift, so we need to find us a lawyer too.
He was working third shift a couple weeks ago. Mr. Jen is
Subject to change.
That could be different now.
Okay, fair
He'll be on first shift now. Anything else you want to take up before we call it a day?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll grab those from you. It's okay when you get a chance to have phones. I'll recharge it.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Fran? Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that is going to be our last witness of the day. Commonwealth has a couple more, 3 witnesses or so more to go. They think they're going to finish their case tomorrow around lunchtime, so I think we're moving pretty good. So I think we're going to finish the Commonwealth side if everything goes well by lunch tomorrow. We're going to start back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m., just like today. The same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me. And you're not to finally make up your mind about the case until you've heard all the evidence, you've received the instructions from the court, you've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. Again, no research, nothing related to this case. Anybody have any questions before we let you go today? Thank you. I'll see you in the morning at 8:30.
Okay, so that is the end of our court day for today. I think, yep, yes, it is. That is the end of that. I don't think there's anything. Nope, they just nosed going out. So we'll just go ahead and stop that there. So I feel like in that third grand jury that Steve said when Joseph called him to come pick him up on the bluegrass, right? He goes down, headed west on the bluegrass, and then he passes the car, goes up about 100 yards, does a U-turn, which would put him on the other side of the highway, and there he parked and ran across the road to, I guess, get him or something. But like, so the Bluegrass Parkway, hold on, I'm just going to show you this. Oh, nope, that's not how I work things. The Bluegrass Parkway is 2 lanes, followed by a huge median, and then another 2 lanes. Why would you go 100, park on the other side and then run across all that? That doesn't even make a lot of sense to me. I think that's what he said. I'm going to go back and I'm going to listen to those again. That way we compare it to when he does take the stand. If you don't know, Steve Lawson has been said to be a liar and a bullshitter, and his story keeps changing and changing and changing. I personally do not believe anything he has to say, even if it fits the narrative that I want that to be. Some of the things I did hear doesn't seem to match up with the prosecution's timeline. So I'm going to be curious to see what he has to say when he takes this stand. I don't think he takes it tomorrow. I think it'll be Wednesday that he does. Because if I remember right, I think the prosecution ends around lunch, and then the defense is like, oh, we have some witnesses, but they're not here. And the witnesses end up being like 3 people, one being Steve, the other being his mom. So I don't know why they did that. But this trial is pretty rough compared to Brooks and Joseph's, like, information wise. You can tell, I think, that they did a lot more prepping maybe for the state I'm referring to. Now, I already said this when I looked into this trial before they released all the footage, that it didn't seem like they proved conspiracy in any way, for me anyway, and I don't feel like they've done that at all. I mean, I don't know. It's just hard to be like, oh, well, they were calling each other, and most of them went to voicemail. So I don't know about that. The text messages, why did they even bring those? Literally saying that, oh, I'm having a bad day today. But you notice they didn't really seem to bring up, this is so interesting, because in Brooks' trial, which is a month after the one we're watching now, actually, they bring up a lot of the car. So he was apparently driving a Chrysler 300 that he shared, stupid fruit fly, he shared with his ex, for some reason, his ex-girlfriend. And while he's at the bar, she takes the car back and takes it to her new boyfriend's house. And so him and Tammy Lawson, his wife, are calling Capital One all night long. That's pretty much his alibi, actually, is that they were trying to get this car back, or figure out if it was foreclosed on, because they were behind on, or repo. That's the word I'm looking for. Repossessed, not foreclosed. And it's just weird how they explained all this stuff in Brooks' trial, where Stephen was not even there. Just very interesting things to what we heard before to what we're hearing in this one. Normally I'm all like, yeah, everybody should have separate trials when there's multiple defendants, but I don't know if that really helped Steve in this case. So, but anyway, you guys, that is all I have for you today. Tomorrow I will be here 10 a.m. Eastern for day 3 of Kentucky versus Steve Lawson. It's a short day, as I said. It's just the prosecution wrapping up their case. I don't remember who all their witnesses are, but I know we're going to hear some jail phone calls of Steve's. I think that's their last witness, is a jail worker. I can't think of words today. I think that's their last witness before they go on break. And then I don't think the defense presents anyone. So it'll be a kind of short day. And we'll wrap this up Wednesday. And yeah, so that's all I got for you guys. If you haven't, be sure to join our Discord server, The Courtyard. That's where we all hang out when we're not live here on YouTube. I guess until next time, you guys, go forth and be amazing. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.